All right, shalom, shalom. I want to give all praise to Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai Bahashim Kakadash. Double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone who rule well, and salutations to the Akim out there spreading this truth like wildfire. In all truthfulness and all sincerity, I got a quick article. Got an article that I'm gonna go into, showing you that basically, just like with everything else, the there's two party like the two parties, man. You think that they oppose each other, but they really don't. And we got this article on the Z pass. If you know what I mean, Z from the movie World War Z pass. For those of y'all to get the memo, got an article going into that, man. And yeah, man. Guess who's on board? Forbes article, National Z Pass, or you could call it a V Pass, has quietly rolled out and red states are getting on board. Oh, a national standard for verifications has been quietly rolling out across the country. Quietly. That's how it, because that's how a cunning hunter moves, and Esau, he's that cunning hunter. Esau, that cunning hunter. Even as the Omicron variant loses its grip on the world destinations, although the moronic remix, damn, I misspoke. The moronic remix or version, you could call it a version too, loosens its grip on the world. Destinations continue to require travelers to show proof that you made the jump shot, and increasingly a paper um ah, a paper card is not cutting it. While the U.S. government has not issued a federal digital Z or V pass, Z to the V pass, a national standard has not nevertheless emerged. To date, 21 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico offer accessibility to the Smart Health Card. Smart in all caps, because it's an acronym. SMART. Yeah, yeah. Con. A verifiable digital proof of, you know, that you made the shot, developed through the through the Vanessa Nation Credential Initiative, VCI, a global coalition of public and private stakeholders, including Microsoft, Salesforce, Oracle, the Mayo Clinic, and other health and tech heavyweights. And very soon, at least 4 more states will be rolling out access to smart and health all caps health cards. We've seen a notable uptick in states that have officially launched public portals where individuals can get uh, verifiable credentials in the form of smart health cards with the QR code, says Brian Anderson, co-founder of the VCI and chief digital health physician at MITRE in all caps. And this is where it's been rolled out. So you see the states in green, it's rolled out. The states in yellow is when they're finna roll, they're gonna man they finna roll out. Where it's about to be rolled out. You got in the green, you got your typical blue states, right? Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, Illinois, Cali, Washington State, even Minnesota is kind of a blue state. Colorado, New Mexico sort of also is. But then, Nevada kind of is sometimes. But then, when you look further, you got Utah. Utah is a red state. The state of Utah, man. Arizona. It's usually a red state. Louisiana. They got Democratic governor, but shit, they a red state. Come on. Mississippi. North Dakota. Red state. Red state. Another red state. And then upcoming in Oregon, in Oklahoma, that's a deep red state. In South Carolina and Virginia. So we got some red states on here as well. There's already an impressively widespread availability of smart health cards in the US. More than 200 million Americans can now download, print, or store their rewards. Oh, records, my bad. I thought I said reward, like they offering rewards too. Damn. Gotta mention that. Said records. As the QR code. When the QR code is pulled up, only the individual's name, date of birth, and information going into, and information about whether, that type of information is visible. No other medical info or personal data is shared, so-called. This code is also digitally signed to ensure that the card was issued from a verified location and to prevent forgery. So now this is what they're doing. Now, we're gonna, this is what we're gonna do now. No, we're gonna, now we gotta go with this digital card, man. Now we gotta go, which is an app, man. Now this app. So from a paper card to a fucking app. So now we're gonna go to an app. But hold up, what do they be talking about, man? Like, and they've already been talking about this. Them forging the apps, them forging and basically like even digital apps is compromised and shit. So what you're gonna see next is come on, you're gonna see them you're gonna see these devils, you're gonna see them next. They're gonna be like, oh, not even that app is reliable. Not even that app is reliable. And just like you see, there's red states starting to accept it now, There's red states starting to get on board. You're going to see the same thing with that because it's not a democratic, or it's not just a democratic agenda. It's part of the agenda, well, one of their main goals. One of the main goals of the elites to actually roll this out. And that's what y'all want to say, oh yeah, just if we was even to have an election, right, which is doubtful this year. Shit, I was surprised we had an election in 2020. I would be even more shocked if we had an election in 2022 the way things are going. But, let's see let's say we did, right? And it didn't, shit didn't, hit the fan, completely by then, right? Let's say we did have, an election, right? And, everybody could vote because even if we did, they might by then have some requirements, some certain requirements to even vote. You know how it is. But let's say it was like the 2020 election, right? Let's say, let's say if that's what happened this time around, right? You would have, and Republicans gained power, right? Because everybody was sick of the Democrats and shit, man. Which is what usually happens, by the way. It's like a pattern. Every time, usually every time, one part, the president, if the president is a Republican, he usually like does some shit that pisses everybody off in the first 2 years of his presidency, and then the other party gets in. It's almost like it was planned that way. But let's say, you have a now you got the Republican Party in there and shit. You know, they in place in these red state red states and shit. Well, look, red states is embracing the Z pass, man. You got certain red states that's embracing that shit, and I thought they was against it. You know, but of course, you gotta look past the shit that these politicians talk and look at their actions. Because Esau, his words are smoother than butter, man. You can't trust that man. Esau, he will basically has a way with words, right? These devils have a way with words that will catch you off guard, man. Their deception. Psalms 55, verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart the whole time. They want to take your ass out. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawing swords, man. His words themselves are weapons, man. The words of these devils, man, come on, man. This devil a damn wordsmith. For real. Like, but when it comes not when it comes to like, of course, rapping and shit, but when it comes to like basically playing word games and shit. Basically just using words, the way they will like their speeches, for example. They're fucking slick with their tongue, man. They use they use the way they use their words, man. It will have you thinking one thing when really, something else gonna happen. Really, when they got something else in mind, war was in his heart. And you can't trust this devil, man. He breaks his covenant. And those campaign promises, that's what they are, right? Covenants with the people that vote for them. Verse 20, he hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. These devils are covenant breakers, man. They're truce breakers, man. These devils are truce breakers, man. They'll make the covenant with you, matter of fact, and then they'll break it. Like, yeah. You don't gotta worry about me doing that shit, man. I'm not like the rest of them. Then a few moments later, like that meme, right? This devil changes the tune on you, man. Like, damn. He pulls that bait and switch on you, man. And that's why you're not supposed to trust your enemy, man. You're not supposed to trust. You're not supposed to trust that man. He's gonna. This man got away with words, man. Ecclesiastes 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rust, his soul is his wickedness. You're not supposed. You never trust your enemy, man. What are they wearing? A blue suit, a blue tie, or a red tie? You're not supposed to trust these devils, man. There's still that devil in that suit and tie, man. The same devil, man. Red devil, blue devil, same devil, man. Red devil, blue devil, both devils, man. Never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rusteth so is his wickedness, man. So is his wickedness. So just like iron is always gonna rust, this man is always gonna be the wicked. This nation of people that's ruling over us is always gonna be the wicked. Whether they call themselves conservatives or liberals, Republicans, Democrats, progressive, traditionalists, whatever they call themselves in your country. Same shit. And they're going to do the same shit, but with a different twist. Verse 11, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed, and be aware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away, man. Hey, take good heed of him, man. Though he humble himself and go crouching, man, you gotta take good heed of him. You gotta take good heed and be aware of him. Take good heed of what we're saying, okay? And be aware of him. You gotta watch this devil, man. And thou shalt be unto him as thou hast wiped the looking glass. Now you watch him. If this devil's always being watched, man, he can't sneak around and do his bullshit, man. If he's always being watched, like, bro, like, that's like a criminal, they're trying to, like, a criminal that's trying to, like, rob a store or some shit. If someone's always, like, they're watching them and shit, and saying, oh, look, he's trying to get in through the windows. Oh, look, oh, shit, look. Yeah, he's trying to get into the windows, for example. Oh, look, he's trying to get in through the back door. Look, watch this dude. He ain't going to be able to do it. Not unless he take out the witness first. And that's what Esau is getting ready to do. He's getting ready to move on people like the brothers in this truth, man. Like me and the other brothers in this truth, even on his own people, man, that are snitching him out because they found out from top whistleblowers set up by elites that were fucked over by other elites that because it's a divided house, right? That they were being fucked over, that they were getting a raw deal. So then they turned whistleblower, they turned a half-truther. Since they can't get the whole truth, they could get a part of it. But they're doing their part. They turned half-truther. And they're waking up others. The two-party system being bullshit. Two sides of the same coin. And not one side is better. For example, man, that truth, man. Two wings of the same bird, that eagle, man. That Roman Well, still Roman eagle. Rome is just called by a different name today. The U.S. and NATO/EU. That's Rome today, man. Even the UN sort of is a part of it because who controls the UN? The US. The US funds the UN, controls its pocketbooks. It's located in the US. So the US got a permanent seat at the Security Council and many US allies. And yeah, you also got Russia and China. Which even that, when you look at the East versus West division, you think that you think that these devils don't control both sides of the wars? Come on, man. They've been doing that shit since the war, since the Napoleonic Wars, man. They controlled the British side, man. The British side, and they controlled Napoleon, the Rothschild brothers, man. And that's how they were able to bankrupt England and buy their asses up, man. That's how they was able to do it, man. By spreading bullshit news that England was gonna be taking, they was gonna take an L to Napoleon when it was a lie and they knew it, and causing the English people to sell and the stockbrokers and shit to sell their stocks, sell British stocks, man, for cheap, which was bought up by who? The Rothschilds. So by the time the news arrived that Napoleon lost, shit, they already bought the British, man. They owned the Bank of England, man. By that time, another example of you're not supposed to trust your enemy, man. Another example of that, because that's the type of shit he will do. Divide and conquer. That was divide and conquer. When you do your research, people have brought it out. You got certain truthers that bring out shit about Wall Street and all that. And hey, when you look into it, man, when you look into it, basically they're trying to fuck up the markets, man. They're trying to fuck up the markets, inflate that shit even more, which fuck it up even more, and gas prices be jacked up, all that shit, man, which will cause everything else to be raised, inflation, and the Fed is pumping in, pumping in FRNs. They got the printing machines cranking all the way, man, because of that shit, man. Putin, she's a puppet. He's a puppet as well, man. Come on, he's a puppet as well. You know, he basically bailed out the bankers. What he did, man. Huh? I'm busy right now. Shit. Gonna have an interruption. So I was gonna have an interruption. Shit, stop. But I had to inform them that I was busy still. But Okay, the Battle of Waterloo. I ain't saying that I'm a nigga. That's just the way I talk. The Battle of Waterloo. Oh yeah, I was looking at the Battle of Waterloo because when that was the battle that Napoleon lost and shit. People was thinking they was gonna win because why? Because the Rothschilds spread their info. But yeah, man. Let me uh, let me go on. Basically, you get the point, man. They control both sides, left and right, control both sides of, that's the two horns of the beast, man. Well, the second beast, of course, the both horns are controlled, man. And two wings of the eagle, man. Two wings of that same eagle. Both sides are controlled, man. My whole point. And that's but yeah, man, this is another example with the ID with the zombie IDs, man. The zombie cards, zombie identification cards. Another example with those, which that is gonna lead to the MOTB. That is gonna lead to the MOTB, being pushed because they say it's the only solution. That RFID chip, that digital verification RFID chip, which is the MOTB, the mark of, you know, uh, the check mark, man. You gotta, it's to prevent getting a snake bite. The snakes, the serpent. Prevent getting struck by a serpent out here, man. Out here on the tube, gotta move a certain way. But it's the reason why the check mark is gonna be pushed, man. Believe it or not, it's still true. Shout out to faith, because you got a lot of people that's still doubting. Romans 3:3. For what if some did not believe? Shall their unbelief make the faith the power of Yahweh without effect? Romans 3:3. 4 verse 4. Power of Yahweh forbid. Yeah, let power of Yahweh be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, mightest overcome when thou art judged. Y'all gonna see these things happen. You scoff right now, but shit, you gonna find out. Ezekiel 33 and 33, man. So it shows how y'all gonna be, man. You scoffers and mockers. Ezekiel 33 and 33, when this cometh to pass, Lord will come, then you're gonna know. Then shall they know that a prophet hath been among them. Then you're gonna know, because there's gonna be no denying it. I got this Russian troll, man. Shit. Hey, trolls Trolls are not allowed on this live, so I had to do what I had to do. This is a no troll zone. Your kind is not allowed here. All right, anyways, because you have a lot of people, you have a lot of people that are realizing it more than ever, but you have a lot of people that are still, they're still scoffing. But it's all right though. It's all right. You find out. In fact, when you find out, it's going to be too late. Proverbs 1. Proverbs 1 really goes in. These prophecies are going to happen. Habakkuk 2 and 5. Habakkuk chapter 2. They're going to happen. Though it tarry. Now though it tarry, wait for it. But now you see it's not really tarrying like that. These scriptures, these prophecies ain't really tarrying like that. Habakkuk 2 and 3. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Uh, you can guarantee it. It's gonna happen. You can guarantee it. Yeah, we telling you we the watchmen. We telling you what's coming. But if you don't believe our report, you're gonna believe it when it happens. Habakkuk 2 and 1, I will stand upon my watch and set me upon the tower, and I will watch to see what he will say unto me, and what I shall answer when I am reproved. Verse 2, and Yahweh answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon tables. They're making it plain to y'all. So that, like, if you don't get it, it's just because you wasn't meant to. That he may run that readeth it, who run and deliver it to y'all. Verse 3, go live, man, so that you actually get, get these news reports in real time, man. Verse 3, for the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it. Hey, it's just Russia and Ukraine right now. Hey, it's just ID apps right now. Though it's tarry, we're not being implanted with the chip yet, right? Russia's not nuking or about to nuke America yet. Well, Russia's not like saying they're gonna nuke America yet, right? All these countries are not saying that yet. Though it tarry, these are just wars and rumors of war. It's just the beginning of sorrow, right? Of sorrows, right? Though it tarry, wait for it. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry. It's not. It's gonna. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time, and we don't got much left. While you people are out here continuing to ignore the signs, talking about some peace and safety, or some of y'all hear about this World War III, and y'all go look at World War III memes and just laugh at this shit like it's a joke, man. But that's gonna be to your own downfall. You're laughing at some shit that's deadly serious, man. That's deadly serious. you're laughing at some shit like that. And yeah, you know, I'm not saying like it's bad to make jokes and shit, but you gotta keep in mind that it's actually gonna happen. 1 Thessalonians 5:1. But of the times and of the seasons, brethren, you have no need that I write unto you, because you know those that are in the truth are watching. You know, those that are truly in the truth, they're watching for these prophecies, and the sisters, they're listening to what, you know, their man, you know, that's in the truth. God tell them if they have a man in the truth, what their man in the truth. God tell them, you know. Really, you know, the job of the sisters is, you know, to just like just repent and, you know, so and get in order, man. Be a woman, but yeah, man. You also have certain sisters that don't have a man yet that watch our lives, but I'm talking about the sincere ones. I'm not talking about these fake, you know, truth. These fake groupies with Hebrew names and head wraps and shit that are actually complete demons. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about actual sincere sisters that are trying to get right. But you have them, and then you have, you know, of course, the brothers in the truth, man. Verse 2, which are actually the watchmen. For yourselves know perfectly that the day of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, the day of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, man, the day of Yahushai's return, right? And what comes with it. You know, so cometh as, it's described as a day. You know, the times is coming is described as the day of Yahweh Bahashim Yahushai, the day of the Lord. So cometh as a thief in the night, man. So cometh as a thief in the night. Meaning, do you expect a thief in the night? Not if you're not watching. Not if you're not watching for him. If you're asleep, or if you're asleep, if you're fast asleep, like your ass can't even wake up type shit. You're just out of there, you know, somewhere in dreamland. You're not gonna know whenever your crib gets broken into. But if you're awake, if you're up, you know, if you're up, you're gonna know, man. If you're gonna know, you're gonna be able to do something about it. That's the idea of that analogy. Verse 3, you're gonna be ready. Verse 3, for when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape, man. You know, y'all want to continue to say peace and safety and ignore the signs out there? All right. You know, then sudden destruction is going to come upon your ass, man. Your sudden destruction is going to come upon your ass. You know, you want to ignore the signs, right? Okay. You ain't going to expect the destruction, so you're not going to be prepared, you know, where it counts spiritually. You're going to be caught spiritually lacking out here. As travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. You're not going to be able to escape. You don't have nowhere to go. You know, the day of the Lord, man, it is as darkness and not light. There's scriptures that go into it. The day of the Lord ain't no joke. Ain't no laughing matter. Only to the elect. Only to the elect, because the elect, especially, you know, specifically speaking of the men, are the mouthpieces of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. He's gonna be laughing at you 2/3. That's gonna be catching it from all sides. He's gonna be laughing, and then these elites too. And so they gonna be laughing. They gonna think they're gonna be all right. You know that shit's gonna be sweet. And so after the nukes hit and Yahushua comes back, and they're the first fruits of slavery. You know, then only the elect is gonna be laughing until the rest of Israel come back. Well, rest of Israel, they're you 2/3 are gonna actually be ashamed that you didn't take heed. But let me get this right here. You know, this is what is coming for you 2/3. Woe into the earth into the sea, man. For the devil has come down on you, having great wrath. You know, this dragon, you know, this red dragon, Esau, man, Draco, with this draconian decrees, man. The sword of Yahweh Shem Yahushai that's gonna come down upon this world. You know, especially upon you 2/3. You know, you wicked niggas, man. And that's speaking of all you 12 tribes, man, and including speckled birds as well. 2/3 of y'all are gonna go as well. Amos 5:18. Woe unto you that you're gonna go in a way that you wouldn't want to go, man, because it's death by pain. Amos 5:18. Woe unto you that desire the day of Yahweh, to what end is it for you? The day of Yahweh is darkness and not light. Yeah. All you so-called Christians, man, all you so-called Christians that are really, well, all you so-called Christian, because you lower level devils, y'all gonna get it too, man. We don't give a fuck about you, but we're gonna bring it out, man. You lower level devils, you lowercase e's, man, and you lowercase as heathens, man. You lower level everyday, everyday useless eater heathens, man. You know, y'all that have no say in your government and shit. And you're heathens and devils, man, looked down upon by your own elites. Y'all are gonna get it as well. Really, during Jacob's trouble, only like the very elites are gonna be safe, man. Because even these lower level luminary puppets are gonna get it from the people, man. A lot of them are gonna have to run because they're gonna get it from the people, especially these governors, these mayors, these congressmen, these senators, these police chiefs and chairs. You know, especially them, especially those that have to deal with the people on a daily basis. You know, people know their address and shit. It's public information. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna get it when this sedition among men gets real, man. They're gonna get it, and as well as you cops, man, you centurions, modern day centurions, man. A lot of y'all are gonna get it, man. You know, for being an enforcer for Massa Esau, man. For being the Rothschilds, for being you know you for being a bunch of hired guns, a bunch of grunts for the Rothschilds, man. Y'all are gonna get it. You know, y'all are gonna get it, man. You know, y'all, and then you which there's a lot of so-called Christians and those that are so-called cops and shit. Well, no, not so-called, that are cops, aka centurions. And there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of you tribes that are so-called Christians that some of y'all may know of the day of of the Lord, day of Yahweh, day of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, but you don't know that much of it. And so you desire that day to come. But to what end is it for you? To what end is it for you? How is that gonna be a why would you desire that? To what end is it for you? The day of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai is darkness and not light, man. It's gonna be bad for everybody except the elect, but hey, let's look at it this way. The elites on the right hand side, aka the elect, the righteous, right? And the elites on the left hand side, which are gonna be winning until after the missiles. The missiles being that downfall of their rulership. So really the elect is gonna come out ultimately as the winners. But you throwaways of Jake, you 2/3, you throwaways of the heathens, and you throwaways of Esau, man. 2/3 of Jake, 2/3 of Esau. You really look at it, man. They're like the 2/3 of Esau. These average Joe Schmoes, and these 2/3 or throwaways, two-time losers of the heathens, man. It's not good for y'all either way y'all look at it, man. So what end is it for you? The day of Yahweh is darkness and not light. It's darkness and not light for y'all, man. And this is the point right here. That unescapable factor, man. Fact that you can't get away from that death that's coming, man. No matter what you do. Verse 19, if you're not the elect, you won't be. It's unescapable, man. You're stuck out there. Verse 19, as if a man did flee from a lion, and the bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall, and the serpent bit him. So let's picture this scenario, okay? As if a man, he saw a lion and lion chased him, and he ran, right? Like from lion, and he ran into a bear. Oh shit! Finally got away from that lion. He's out of breath. And a bear met him. Fucked. He's out of breath now. He just ran into a bear, or went into the house, or he went into a house, and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him. So he leaned his hand on the wall, and the serpent bit him. He's resting from that chase, man. Lions will chase you for a while, man. And he leaned his hand on the wall, and the serpent bit him. Through. And this scenario will happen literally as well as you have to look at it symbolically. You run from one situation right into another one. You think you got out of one situation where you was gonna die, right? Horrible death. You run from you're hungry, you're gonna die of famine, so you run into you're running and you run into a FEMA camp, right? For food. You run because you think that that's like a shelter. They're being called FEMA shelters. So you run over there and you think you're gonna get some food, but you go into the house, right? That would be represented by that, and you lean your hand on the wall. You think you're gonna find rest there, and a serpent, the serpent being Esau, bites you. You go there and you have to take you know what, man. You go over there and you have to give them You have to give them your hand. You have to you have to keep that top. You know, it's a requirement. You got to get that. And it's all one piece now. In one piece now because they're handing out. You have to imagine the scenario because it's the Pentagon, jump shot, the Pentagon approved jump shot that they're handing out now. It's like all-purpose one that you gotta take a jump shot that's approved, check marked by the Pentagon, which includes the check mark, So, and that's in order to buy food. And it's too late. You already got there, right? It's too late. You already got there. So it's either that, or they gonna show your ass. Uh, they're gonna walk you, or drag you to the guillotine. And before that, Esau, he's a motherfucker, right? Esau is he gets down like that, right? You already know, man. He likes to torture, right? So they take you into a room. All right, come with us then. They take you into a room, and they put the pressure on you, man. They might hammer some nails into your fingers or some shit. Whatever they got in mind. Whatever they think is gonna fuck with you the most to get you to fold. And then if you don't, and they got them FEMA troops there, them Russian Gurkha troops and shit in there and shit, or them Chinese UN troops, it's gonna be the UN troops in there. Like you're not gonna be dealing with American troops. You're gonna be dealing with UN troops in there. And you go over there and you dealing with them blue helmets, man. They couldn't find a fuck to give about the Constitution, man. They're not even from America. So they definitely ain't gonna give a fuck. And your ass, you American, you American, you Babylonian, bro. You a citizen of Babylon. And they're coming from countries that's been fucked over by Babylon bad. So now they're in Babylon and they have the chance to do to you what your country, your government, it doesn't matter, man. They have their chance to get revenge on your ass. Okay, now we're in your country and we have the chance to get revenge on you. So they're gonna be brutal with this shit, man. They're gonna be brutal with this shit. They're gonna fuck you up, man. So it's gonna be bad, man. You have to imagine it. Have some Russian soldier yell at you in some broken English type shit. Like shit. Better take this. I don't know, man. You better take this chip, man. You better take this chip, man. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, come with us. And they beat the fuck out of you. And then it's to the guillotine and shit. Or you may have some Edomite doctor or some shit, like, may have those types. But he's actually telling them to do all that shit. And they're doing it. Hey, man, you fled from one situation and ended up in another. You know, that's how it's gonna be if you are not of the elect. That's exactly how it's gonna be, man. If you're not of the elect, you're through, man. If you're not, you get it, man. Proverbs. If you're not in that strong tower, man, you through. Proverbs 18 and 10. The name of Yahweh is a strong tower. The righteous, the righteous runneth into it and is safe. The righteous runneth into it and is safe. You know, that strong tower, man. You know, if you not calling upon, you know, that's the key right there, man. If you're not calling upon that name, you're through, man. You know, if you don't repent, you're through. You know, it doesn't matter what you do, like how much you like, what party you vote for, or how much you even this, okay? How much you stock up on shit, man? You thinking that that's gonna deliver you? You're in that peace and safety mindset too, because you're like, well, if it happens, I'm prepared. When you're not spiritually prepared, you're not actually prepared. You know, you're still vulnerable because okay, you escaped the famine, right? Because you have all this shit, right? But say you think you did, right? But say you out somewhere, you're not even in your crib, and shit hits the fan, and you get caught in a jam, so you can't get back to the crib. What happened to all that food that you stored up, man? That you can't even get to? It's gonna go to someone else. You know, it may go to some thieves, but you know they're gonna kill each other for it. Some other group of thieves is gonna kill each other. You know, and etc. Man. Or you know, a lot of times this might happen. You know, a member of the elect that's on the run, man. That's because we're gonna be fugitives in those days. We're gonna be looked at as that. You know, as enemies of the state. So one of the elect that's out there on the run, the Yahweh Tazam of that number, right? You one of the elect that's out there on the run, you know, finds it. Nobody's there, like nobody's there stopping him. Finds it. Mm. Gets to chill there for a while, man. You know, got food, got drink, got drank. It's good, man. My servant shall eat, right? My servant shall eat. So what are those that, you know, what about the, you know, the wicked, including the wicked of our people, man? What about the 2/3, man? 2/3 they not gonna eat, man. They gonna starve. And they gonna go through it, man. Because they wasn't prepared. My servants shall eat, man. Isaiah 65 and 13. Therefore does say the Lord Yahweh, behold my servant shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold my servant shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. You know, you're gonna fucking be thirsty. You're gonna be hungry. You're gonna be thirsty. You're gonna be ashamed. Verse 14. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart. and shall howl for vexation of spirit. You know, his servants are gonna be all right, but you're gonna be through. Like they may go through it for some time, but it ain't gonna be so much time that it's gonna, it's gonna be too much. They're gonna get delivered, but you're gonna be through. All right, so going further into it. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart. You're gonna be through out here, man. You're gonna be like, shit, bro. I should have listened, man. I should have listened. I should have took heed to the prophets, man. I should have repented, man. Now I can't even find a prophet, man, because there's gonna be a famine of the word, man. First off, the brothers ain't gonna even be able to, you know, be out there, man, with all this shit going down, man. Nah, man, ain't gonna be safe. Brothers is gonna have to be pilgrims, man. And second off, second off, yeah, brothers is gonna have to be on the move. And second off, it's gonna be literally gonna be illegal. It's literally gonna be illegal to preach the word, man. I I believe it's probably gonna happen. It's high likelihood that the Bible is gonna be banned, man. The Bible is gonna be banned. It's very high likelihood that the Bible is gonna be banned. That yeah, man, it's very high likelihood that the Bible is actually gonna be banned. You know, the because it's gonna be called a hate crime, a hate speech book, man. Oh, but the Bible is the reason why we had a civil war. They're gonna blame it on the scriptures. Why we had a civil war? Why we have another pandemic? It's because of these scriptures, man. There is the reason why. So we gotta ban them. They're gonna blame it for all of society's problems, and those that follow the scriptures along with the scriptures. You know, you're holding us back, man. You're holding us back from progress. You already know, man. You're holding us back from progress. We gotta leave that behind, man. We can't have that no more. There's people that talk about that hate speech, or what is could be deemed as by the government as hate speech should be banned, you know. And two, so they're gonna go after. If you really look at what they're trying to do, they're gonna go after the scriptures, man. The blessing of Jacob, right? Really, if you look at it, they're gonna go after the spiritual sword, man, of Jacob. But they also gonna go after these average Joe Schmoes swords, man, these guns, man, so that the elites have all the guns and they have a defenseless population like Australia. That's what they're gonna do because Esau likes a cheap shot. Because Esau likes a cheap shot, and a lot of these Babylonian hey, these redneck Babylonians and shit, whether they be Esau or you have the scattered speckled birds among them as well, you know. Of course, you know, you're gonna have them among them because they're the poor so-called white people, so you'll have speckled birds among them. My whole point, right? They believe in the Constitution and all that. Like they believe that you're not supposed to. That's a certain shit the government can't do to them. So they're gonna be, you know, that's not good for the elites that want to implement that new world order with no opposition. That's not good, and so they're gonna come for their guns as well, man. You know, so hey, man, so that they have basically so there is no opposition. Like they're gonna try to basically like stop the truth of the scriptures from spreading, right? By snatching the scriptures, and I believe they even gonna make it like illegal to talk about them, illegal to even mention the scriptures. That would be hate speech, man. It can't mention anything that has to do with the scriptures, like including being one of the 12 tribes of Israel, including the names Yahweh, Yahweh Shai. You're not gonna be allowed to. It's gonna be totally forbidden, and you're not gonna be allowed to own the gun unless for some reason the government lets you have one. Unless for some reason the government lets you have one. Unless you licensed by the government to have a gun. Like for if you law enforcement or some shit. If you licensed by the government, or like if you're like, because I brought this up before that Esau is gonna have I believe I believe I could see them doing it. They're gonna have they're gonna have bounty hunters and shit where they're gonna pay these individuals. They may give them a gun. They may give them a gun just for that purpose. They already have the chip in them and shit. You can see it. They give them a gun for that purpose, just to hunt, just to hunt a member of the elect. You know, you may see that go down. You know, but yeah, man, the First and Second Amendments is what they aiming at. And then the rest of them go. When the first and second, when the First and Second Amendment go, when the First and Second Amendment go, all the other ones go. All the other ones go. And so you're gonna see that the internet heavily censored, the new internet that they come out with. because I believe they're gonna take this internet down. They're gonna shut it down because of the cyber attack that they're gonna really. It's gonna be some shit that they pull. They're gonna pull the grid offline and shit, and blame Russia and blame Russia. That's what they're gonna do, and blame Russia, and then they're of course gonna blame the domestic quote unquote right wing quote unquote extremists. They're gonna blame them as well. Tie anyone who won't bow down to the beast, to Russia and China and Iran. They're they're uh they're traitors basically. They're taking sides with Russia, China, and Iran. That's what is people are gonna. That's what the propaganda is gonna be, man. And you're gonna have certain events that's gonna basically cause people to believe it, cause people to actually believe that, man. Yeah, man, these people are a threat, man. These people, man, these these people that don't want to, take that jump shot, man. Man, they're a bunch of selfish and entitled pricks, and they're a threat too. They're a threat too. They're a threat, man. They're holding us back from they're holding us back, man, from going back to normal. Yeah, man. Yeah, they're terrorists. Oh, and they're terrorists too. They're terrorists too. They don't want you don't have that people believe that shit, man. A lot of people is gonna end up believing that shit because of the of basically what they're doing right now. You have that Russia versus Ukraine war. You have them marketing that shit, man. You have them selling merch, basically marketing that war. The Ukrainian side, right? Yeah, you have them doing that shit. They're selling merch, the promoting propaganda. You have propaganda merch, war propaganda merch, man, being sold, man. They're making it trendy to be on the US side against Russia and shit. So they're gonna tie when they tie in the right wing extremists or who they deem to be right wing extremists, right? It's that who they deem to be that with the Russians. Yo, man, talk about demonization, man. If they can make that trend, man, and that's why you 2/3 is gonna pay heavily, man. Because you're also gonna betray us. You betrayed Yahweh Shai, you're gonna betray us too. That's why y'all are gonna pay, and we're not gonna feel sorry for it. Most High Yahweh, if I be of that number, Yahweh Radzah, right? Hey, the Most High Yahweh, He's gonna put a cold spirit on His men, to just be like, hey, look at you, just starving, looking like a child in Haiti or Africa and shit. Looking like a shriveled up skeleton and shit with skin on and shit. Too bad you didn't listen to us, huh? Most High Yahweh is gonna put a cold spirit on His men to be able to see that and just fucking scoff at the 2/3, man. It's like the 2/3, been scoffing at this truth, man. Just straight up scoffing. Now they don't do it as openly, but they still do it privately. Like, ain't no way, man. Ain't no way them bugged out dudes is right, man. Ain't no way them dudes with them 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 conspiracy theorist ass dudes is right. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. They a bunch of they crazy, man. They crazy, man. They done lost their mind, man. Out there on the highways and byways holding signs screaming at the so-called white man, talking about America gonna be destroyed. Talking about Most High is gonna destroy us. They done lost their mind, man. Same thing they said about Yahushua, that he had a demon on him. They tried to say Yahushua had a demon on him, and he was a Samaritan. That's what they tried to say. These 2/3 niggas, man. And that was when they knew they was Israelites. That was when they knew they was Israelites, and they still did. Some of these 2/3 are back, and they got the knowledge that they're Israelites, but they're still wicked as fuck. You know, the rest of that knowledge they don't have, man. They're like the body without the spirit, man. The body without that breath of life, man. One body in Yahushua, for example. One body without Yahushua, really. One body without the spirit. One body that the spirit is not dealing with. One body without that breath of life. Hey, one body without the breath of life, man. One body of the walking dead. You know, and others, man. Since hey, you got sincere people in those camps that are gonna come out of it too. They're gonna come out of it. You know, these members of the elect that are these last minute members of the elect that are a part of these false camps, they're gonna come out of it. But at the same time, you're gonna have last minute 2/3 that are gonna fall out, of GMS camps and like-minded camps. When the pressure's on, man. When shit gets real, they're gonna fall out, man, and actually go back into the world just to be destroyed. So you're gonna have that as well, spiritual terrorists being weeded out. Spiritual terrorists being weeded out to be destroyed, means sifted. And last minute wheat, man. Last minute wheat. Being saved just in the nick of time, man. Saved like barely saved, man. Barely just woke up. You're gonna have them. A lot of the great multitude, man. Last minute, barely just woke up. Woke up just in time, man. The righteous shall scarcely be saved. If the righteous shall scarcely be saved, right? They're gonna barely make it. What they're saying, by the skin of their teeth, right? They're gonna barely make it. Barely. And some that's gonna be barely be saved, man. You thought it's people that you think that would never get it, man. Jakes that you think would never get it. Even I would say even Eves that are probably wicked as fuck right now, that at the last fucking second before the famine hits all the way, if they get saved and they get it. 1 Peter 4:18, and if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear, man? if the righteous scarcely be saved, like by the hair of their by hair, man, by the skin of their teeth, man, barely just barely just make it out of there, man. And where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? Nowhere. They're gonna be destroyed. Verse 17, and it's actually the judgment is actually gonna start with those that know that they're Israelites, man. The circumcision, the house of power Yahweh. Verse 17, for the time has come that the judgment must begin at the house of power Yahweh. And if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obeyed not the gospel of power Yahweh? What shall their end be, man? What shall their end be? You know, not good. Not good. You know, if it's not looking good for those that are sincerely in this truth, if it's not, if they're scarcely going to be saved by just barely, man, just barely sliding in, you know, if it's like that, man, if you're going to have last members of the elect, they're going to get in at the last second while they still can. Members of the great multitude that's going to get in at the last second. You're going to have those that are going to believe when you know, those are the multitude that's going to believe when you know, when in the time in the hey when in the day of thy power, let me get that. So you're gonna have some, and it's gonna be sincere, and you're gonna have some that's gonna be like, you know, they like the Most High Yahweh know, man, he know who's like that and who's the 2/3, man. They're gonna be the same old grimy niggas and bitches, grimy niggas and bad bitches. But because shit's going down, shit's hitting the fan. Oh oh, we're gonna try to escape, you know. But when shit calm down, oh, back to the same old bullshit. You know, those are the 2/3. Or you're gonna have last minute. I'm talking last minute. You know, right before shit hits the fan, like last minute, a last minute, man. There's there's members of the 1/3 that are like there's destined like for them to be like basically the 1/3 is a specific number, but we don't know it. So there's those that are destined to be saved at the very end, when like being the last members of the elect that get saved. A lot of the Israelite foreigners that are part of the great multitude, especially scattered abroad, a lot of them would be a part of that because you know the tents of Judah was saved first, man. You know the truth when you look at it, it began in Babylon. It was starting to be revealed in Babylon, where most of Jake is, where most of Judah is, and then it spread all over the world. And recently, so you know, of course, if there's prophets that were just recently woken up out there, then the elect that's going to be saved from their work, right? The fruit that they're going to be able to basically that, yeah, the elect that's going to be saved from their work. Last minute elect, man. Gonna have some. Psalms 11 and 10 and 3, you're gonna have these. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power, and the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning thou hast to do with thy youth, which is firstly speaking of Yahweh Shai, but the elect are with Yahweh Shai. The elect are with Yahweh Shai, man. Are joint heirs, man. So you're gonna have last minute elect, but at the same time you're gonna have last minute 2/3. Last minute fallouts, man. That's scary. Being a last minute fallout. Falling out at the very end. Caving at the very end. You know, at the very end, man. That's actually a scary fate, man. It's fear of Yahweh Hashem Shai. And then getting beat with those many stripes. So Jacob's trouble is like way worse for you than for a regular 2/3. It's actually way worse for you. Like whatever punishment you was destined to get is actually way worse than than it would be if you had not been in the truth. That's hell. And then the nukes, you may just be saved for the nukes, man. You just barely survive all that. Even though you get fucked up and then you take the chip thinking that you got out of it. That you got out of Jacob's trouble. And you think you're straight. Yeah, they was crazy after all. You know, those men, they talking about the prophets, right? Oh, they was crazy after all. Yeah, they was a bunch of false prophets, a bunch of bug outs. And then you actually find out right when the noose is hit, if you even get the notification, because what could happen is you could be hooked up to the Neuralink and all that. You could be hooked up to the Neuralink and have the chip in your head, have a chip in your hand, just thinking that you're gonna like just doing all right, man, like just chilling, and then shit, man, you don't even find out because first Russia actually hits Babylon with actually hits Babylon with the actual EMP that's able to knock out the new system too. And you don't know what the fuck happened. You just know that shit don't work. That's the technology that you have now, and it don't work. And you can't buy nothing, you can't communicate. You're accustomed to the Neuralink. So you you're in a position that your life depends on it, because you took the jump shot and got damaged. You took the jump shot and busted your ass. So you're fucked and you're just waiting there. You don't know what's going on. Oh shit. And then last sound you hear, and then well actually screams from other people, and your ass burning, and you get much worse because you was in the truth. You last in the nukes longer, your body burning longer. That's hell. That's talk about howling for vexation of spirit and crying for sorrow of heart. Talk about that, man. Completely through, man. Just completely through. Verse 15, you shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For Yahweh, for the Lord Yahweh shall slay thee and call servants by another name, and that's how. You make it through all that just to fucking flame broil. Just a flame broil in the nukes. Just a flame broil in the nukes, man. Because you thought because you fell out, man. Because it was you wasn't actually part of the chosen. You wasn't actually part of the chosen, so you fell out. It manifested and you fell out. And right before, yeah, right when shit hit the fan, you're gonna have that happen to some. Yahweh Tazal, I'm not one of them. But you're gonna have that happen to some. Cause that is, and it would be, yeah, Yahweh Tazal, I'm not one of them. It's gonna be those that you're gonna be surprised. You know, you in the chariot, you have to picture this. 3 brothers, right? You're in the chariot and you see this dude burning that you thought was gonna make it. Damn, that's what happened. That's why I ain't seen his ass no more. So he took the charagma. That dude took the jump shot and the check mark. Ah, that's why. And then you see his ass burning and shit. Hey, some people that you see, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, you know, by what you'd be surprised that they're not in the chariots. What? And then on the flip side, some that get saved, that you'd be surprised that they got saved. You'd be surprised that they was able to get the truth. We some that, like I said before, you thought would be a part of the 2/3. You thought they would be the ones you know, delivering you up to Esau, you know, to be betrayed and shit. But instead they don't. Instead, at the last moment, they have a change of heart, you know. In fact, in fact, you know, like that prodigal son, you have some. You even gonna have some of this, which is mainly taught. Some of those, which prodigal son, you know, it's mainly talking about the Israelite foreigners, you know, the descendants of those Hellenized Jews, man, that came back into the fold. But it's not beyond the possibility that you're gonna have some that come in at the last moment. Some that came in at the last moment, man. Maybe a few brothers that just got real weak in the faith, but came back into the fold. You have a few, rare few of those, but you're gonna have some that actually get into you know, coming at the last moment, not just like those that, or you're gonna have some that, you know, most of their life on Earth they was into. For example, they was into that gang shit, man. They was into that gang shit. They was into that drug dealing shit, whatever, man. You know, that grimy shit. And then you can have some, not all of them, but some, of course, not all of them, right? But some of these Israelite females out here, these broads out here that are actually, you know, gonna get in order at the last moment. They're gonna be sincere about it at the last moment. You know, their whole life, except for that last moment, you know, they was straight up hoes and shit. And then at that last moment, like they was doing all manner of wickedness. They was hoes in the literal sense. They was you know, also hoes in the other sense. They was fucking niggas over, you know, finessing dudes, you know, doing all manner of wickedness. And then at the last minute, you know, they repent. You're gonna have those, you know, you're gonna have those at the last minute. You know, the message may be starting to get through to them, but it ain't gotten through to them all the way until the last minute. And then even this, I have to say this because this is a possibility. You're gonna have those Jakes, man. Not you're gonna have last minute arrivals from all types of lifestyles. You're gonna have Jakes that shit. You're gonna have you know, look in all types of ways. Of course, you're gonna have Israelite foreigner Jakes. You know that come into that are actually members of the elect that come into this thing at the last moment. Like you're gonna have, like this is a possible scenario. You're gonna have, you may have this Israelite foreigner Jake. You know, he looks like Esau and shit, but you know he's just, hey, like a brother said at the that camp at camp. You know, last time, you know, Jake, he's really just a vanilla nigga, but he thinks that, you know, because he's like a speckled bird that's been scattered among Esau for a while, you know. So he's real pale and shit. And he's not aware that he's a vanilla nigga, man. He's like Clayton Bigsby, but you know, spiritually. And so imagine this scenario. You had this dude. He's a he's a he thinks he's Esau. You know, he's all into and he's into that Edomite supremacy shit, all that. He's from Saudi into that Edomite supremacy shit, and thinks it's the right thing. Thinks it's the right thing. Hey, believe it or not, Jake is scattered in all types of ideologies. So he thinks he's doing it because he believes in his heart that it's the right thing. He believes in his heart that it's the right thing. And he's a cop and shit too. And the race wars break out, right? The race wars break out. And at the beginning, he's on the side of Esau, of course, right? You know, of course he's on the side of Esau and he's putting Jakes to death. He's putting Ishkarites, so-called Mexicans, to death. He's putting Gadites, Native Americans, to death. He's putting Judah to death, of course, not knowing that he goes back, you know, to a Jake. Not knowing, of course, in his ignorance. And so he's doing it like, hey, He's doing like Paul. Paul was doing the church, man, while he was still Saul. Before, Yahweh Shai, he blinded him, man. He knocked him off his donkey, man. He blinded him. Hey, why you kicking against the pricks, man? And so, you just gotta imagine a scenario, right? Where, this man, he's gunning him down. He's gunning him down, but like in his mind, he's sort of having second thoughts, He's sort of having second thoughts about this shit, but he's like, nah, it's the right thing, man. They the ones that started the race war and shit, believing that propaganda. They the reason why America's fucked up and shit. We gotta keep doing it. And then, hey, it gets, hey, it's gonna be wild these last days. So he has a similar sort of experience. He's not Paul, but it's a similar sort of experience where he something happens, he may instead, he may maybe a part in the race war where he gets caught lacking or something. He gets shot up or some shit, He gets shot up, he's in like his injuries result in a coma and shit. He gets taken to a hospital somewhere, somehow, right? He's taken to a hospital somewhere, by some I say this, man. Shit, by some Jakes that find him somewhere, man. And while he's in that coma, he has a dream that where hey, angel appeared in his ass, and he's Jake, man, and he basically shows him like, hey, you've been murdering your own brothers. You've been murdering your own brothers. No, you're actually one of them. You actually go back to, let's, for this example, a so-called black man. See, you actually go back to a so-called black man. And you're over here killing so-called black people, Latinos, and natives that are your brothers. And he wakes up, he actually, he promises that he ain't gonna do that no more. After his revelation, he repents. He repents in his mind, and he wakes up with a whole new mindset. Because he gets healed of that coma. He wakes up. Oh, I gotta make up for all this bullshit I've been doing, murdering my own brothers. I gotta get out of that. You have a situation like that go down. Last minute members of the elect, man. Hey, which we all that, when you look at it, we all that prodigal son, man. When you look at it, we all that prodigal son. And during the falling away, that's what happens. Luke chapter 15 and 11, and he said, a certain man had 2 sons. Verse 12, and the younger of them said to his father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me. And he divided to him his living. Verse 13, and not many days after, the younger son gathered all together and took his journey into a far country, and there wasted his substance with riotous living. Verse 14, and when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to be in want. Verse 15, and he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country and sent him into his fields to feed swine. Verse 16, and he would have faint have filled his belly with the husk that the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. Verse 17, and verse 17, and when he came to himself, he said, how many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? Verse 18, I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee. Verse 19, and I am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me one of thy hired servants. Verse 20, and he arose and came to his father. Well, when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him and had compassion. You know, because that's his last son, man. He came back, had compassion, and ran and fell on his neck and kissed him. Verse 21, and the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, and I am not worthy to be called thy son. Verse 22, but the father said to his servants, bring forth the best robe and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand and shoes on his feet. Verse 23, and bring hither fatted calf. So it's like a whole celebration. And kill it and let us eat and be merry. Verse 24, for this my son was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. And they began to be merry. Verse 25, now his elder son was in the field, and he came and drew nigh to the house. He heard music and dancing. Verse 26, and he called one of his servants and asked what these things meant. Verse 27, and he said unto him, thy brother is come, and thy father had killed the fatted calf, because he had received him safe and sound. Verse 28, and he was angry and would not go in. Therefore came his father out and entreated him. Verse 29, and he answering said unto his father, Lo, these many years do I serve thee, neither transgress I at any time thy commandment. Yet thou never gavest me a kid, that I might make merry with my friends. Verse 30, but as soon as this thy son was come, which had devoured thy living with harlots, right? Basically representing, you know, you know, he he fell out. He fell away, man. He fell away. Basically, he was his whole time he was alive, he was doing bullshit and entertaining these philosophies and shit. Really was talking about the Israelite foreigners. Thou was killed for him the fatted calf. Verse 31, and he said unto me, and he said unto him, Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine. Verse 32, it was meet that we should make merry and be glad, for this thy brother was dead and is alive again, was lost and is found. If you look at the story, what happened, hold on. Hold on. Verse 28, and he was, okay, hold on. Yeah, you know. So you're gonna have those that hey, shit's gonna get real, man. You have that going on right now. You have those that they'll feel some type of way, about about a new brother being in the truth, just because like they'll feel that type of way, man. They'll feel that type of way. And basically, it was describing back then how you had the circumcision, that the Jakes that kept the customs and all that had the heritage, was still on the land, didn't leave, and didn't do none of that. And then you had the Jakes that went off, the Jakes that went off and became Hellenized, and basically they was that prodigal son, okay, that ended up coming back. Yeah, going back. Verse 11, and he said, a certain man had 2 sons, 12, and the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of goods that fall to me, and he divided unto him his living. Verse 13, and not many days after, the younger son gathered all together and took his journey into a far country. That's talking about the Israelite foreigners. And there wasted his substance with riotous living. Verse 14, and when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to be in want. Verse 15, the curses, right? When you look at it. Verse 15, and he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him to his fields to feed swine. Yeah, that's how it goes. But yeah, man. Well, when you look at it, like we all was that prodigal son. But yeah, really when you look at it, we all was that prodigal son, man. But yeah, man, you're gonna have those that most of their life they was quote unquote so called in the truth, right? And then they fall out at the end. And then you're gonna have those that because their mind wasn't right the whole time, right? Really. And then you have those that was just ignorant, right? They didn't really know the truth like that. They was raised a different way. They maybe Israelite foreigners too on top of that. Not even look like a regular Jake or Northern Kingdom. And at the end they come in. They return home, right? But yeah, man. Spiritual wheats versus spiritual terrors, man. But that's the righteous divide that is being created, man. The spiritual, the physical wheats versus physical terrors, and the spiritual wheat versus the spiritual terrors. You're gonna have brothers that let me get this first. But you're gonna have brothers that dudes that you think are brothers, right? They're really niggas. But you think they're brothers. And they're gonna turn you into Esau. They're actually gonna turn you into Esau. Because the whole time their mind wasn't right. Because they wasn't really of the elect. Like they may have gotten into this truth because they wanted to chase clout, man. They didn't get into this truth because of a sincere reason. But the Most High Yahweh, had it set up to where they would so-called be in the truth, thinking that they was doing some, and then at the end, they get sifted right out, like right at the end, right at the last second. You know, they be like Judas and shit. Let me get this right here. The son that hold on. It's a parable. The son who did obey but said he did what wasn't gonna do it, and the son who said he was gonna obey but didn't actually do it. Matthew, which also sort of goes into this. Matthew 21 and 28. But what think ye? A certain man had two sons, and he came to the first and said, Son, go work today in my vineyard. Verse 29, he answered and said, I will not. But afterward he repented and went. Verse 30, and he came to the second and said likewise. And he answered and said, I go, sir, and went not. Verse 31, whether of them twain, or the two of them, did the will of his father? They said unto him, the first. Yahushua said unto him, verily I say unto you, that the publicans, which back then was tax collectors, right? They worked for Esau, collecting taxes. And the harlots go into the kingdom of power Yahweh before you. Because you're going to have certain ones that repent and believe. Verse 32, for John came unto you in the way of righteousness, and ye believed him not, but the publicans and harlots believed him. And when ye had seen it, repented not afterward that ye might believe him. Yeah, man. So that division is going to be real, man. Between the physical and spiritual wheat and the physical and spiritual tares. That division is going to be real, man. That division is going to be real. Which is why you prove a friend in this thing. Because it's some that ain't really down. There's some that ain't really down. Ecclesiasticus 6 and 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. Verse 8, for some man is a friend for his own occasion, and will not abide in the day of thy trouble. Just that dude is not he's not a real brother, man. That dude is not a real brother. He's just and you have fake sisters too, man. They pretend that they're righteous, but really they faking the funk and they wicked as hell. They doing shit that you don't see, nobody else sees, but the Most High Yahweh does. Verse 8, for some man is a friend for his own occasion and will not abide in the day of thy trouble. He gonna leave your ass where you're at, man, hanging. Verse 9, and there is a friend who being turned to enmity and strife would discover thy reproach. A friend who being turned to enmity and strife. A friend of me, man, would discover thy reproach. In the world, people know it's a saying, Well, it's known that it's not the ones you shit's like for that going through. It's not the ones that is your enemies that do the most harm to you. that be the ones that bring you down, man. The hardest too. It's the ones that you think are your friends. It's the ones you think are your homies and shit that are actually faking it. Those are the ones that will actually fuck you over the hardest. And in this truth, you have fake ass brothers and fake ass sisters. The fuck? In this truth, heard a thumping noise on the wall and shit. And in this truth, you got fake ass brothers and you got fake ass sisters as well, man. That pretend to be righteous women. They feign themselves just men and righteous women, but the whole time, they put it up front. Yep. And there's a friend who being turned to enmity and strife will discover thy reproach. Discover it, right? Why? Because you trusted him. Because you thought he was your brother. Verse 10, again, some friend is a companion at the table and will not continue in the day of thy affliction. Whenever you're doing good, man, whenever you're straight, he's on your side, man. He's on your side, man. He's ready to ride or die for you and shit. He's on your side and shit, man. A companion at the table, and will not continue in the day of thy affliction. There was a Drake song that came out way back, fake friends, right? There was one that came out way back, man. It basically puts this idea into a song. Fake love, man, was about that shit, man. Because that's real. That's why so many people related to it. Because it's real. Again, some friend is a companion at the table and will not continue in the day of thy affliction. So you have that in the truth. Like, you even see this, like, now you have celebrities, certain ones, pretending that they down with the truth, man. Now you got it because they see that America's a sinking ship, man. Now they see that, and they're like the rats jumping off the ship, man. They see that America's a sinking ship, man, and they sold their souls for shit. They're starting to see that, and so they're like, fuck. Basically, but if it wasn't doing bad, they wouldn't give a shit. They would pay no mind to the truth. You have those that they're trying to like, basically, they're trying to like, they're trying to jump ship now. But just because it's sinking, some friend is a companion at the table. They're acting like that as well, man. Like, oh yeah. Certain part of what the brothers bring out, they're like, yeah, it's true. It's true. They'll shout. They'll basically they'll shout us out, but in a lot of the times not even giving credit to the brothers. A lot of the times they don't. They're being that as well, man, that companion at the table as well, and will not continue in the day of thy affliction. But these celebrities, man, they're at the end of the day, man, like it's best not to put too much stock in that shit whenever they do that, because a lot of them, like when Kendrick Lamar mentioned that, mentioned that you so-called black people, Latinos, and natives are the real Israelites, and catching curses and shit. Deuteronomy says that we've all been cursed. Black is just a color. It ain't facts no more. What? Hey, recently he was at a BLM event, a Black Lives Matter event. He was at the Super Bowl, man. They don't allow someone who's really about the truth to be performing at the Super Bowl. Shit. Nah, man. So he wasn't really with it. He's been distancing himself now. The demonization has picked up. So you see, you know, the demonization is picked up. He doesn't want to catch all that hell. He doesn't want to lose his bag. That he took, man. Esau will snatch it. You really about this truth, Esau will snatch your shit. Cause you sold your soul, man. Hey, that shit is real, man. When you sold your soul, you did them blood sacrifices and shit. Man, that's real, man. You made a blood oath, a blood covenant with the spiritual demon Satan. And you break that and you start to go back to that covenant that's even older that our people have with the Most High Yahweh. You seen as the ultimate traitor, man. You in Master's house and you're doing that. You seen as the ultimate traitor. So yeah, man, it's a lot of these celebrities that don't wanna they're not willing to go all out when it comes to it because they know what can happen. In fact, you have shit that happens to where you have shaming rituals and shit, man. You'll have those Masonic humiliation rituals. And a lot of it is they make examples out of celebrities that buck up, man. They know this. That's why really if you look at the rich young ruler, what happened with him, man, that's the mindset of these celebrities, man. And that was back then. Imagine today. So you see, man, they're not willing to give up that bag that they took from Esau because that's their whole life. They probably, they seen what's happened to celebrities that bucked up even a little bit. They got murked even, got blood sacrificed. Man, bugs. They got their character assassinated to where nobody believe them. Everyone think they're crazy. And they see that, they're like, nah, we don't want that. So that's why they don't go all the way, go all out. That's why Kanye said 12 tribes of Judah and not Israel. Like Judah's one tribe, man. Why are you playing? And they know this. That's why Kanye said that. That's why you have these celebrities bring out like a part of truth and start it. And you're gonna have like maybe a handful of celebrities that are probably not too well known either. They're not your top celebrities that will actually get right. Yahweh cover. That's the majority of them. They're gonna fall back in line, man. If they're even bucking up like for real, they're gonna fall back in line. All it's gonna take, all the elites, all they know, all it takes is a Masonic humiliation ritual, aka buck breaking, modern day version. Let me get this right here. This is right here. I'm gonna start verse 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? Verse 17, and he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? Verse none good but one, that is power Yahweh. But if thou would enter into life, keep the commandments. Verse 18, and he said unto him, which Yahweh said, Thou shalt do no murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Verse 19, honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, which are like the first 10. Actually, just 7, but like the first 7. But yeah, also showing you that that was not done away with. But let me continue. Verse 20. The young man said unto him, All these things have I kept from my youth up. What lack I yet? Anyways, right? Verse 21. Yahweh said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor. And thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. Like, seeing, how far he, be willing to go. Verse 22, but when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. And that's these celebrities out here, man. They're not gonna, they know the repercussions, man. If they repent because they sold their souls and shit. Verse 23, then said Yahweh unto his disciples, which is how very few will actually be saved out of them. Very few, like a couple, a handful, several, or a handful. Very few, very small minority out of them. Verse 23, then said Yahweh unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. Verse 24, and again I said unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of power Yahweh. It is easier, and the camels is real stubborn, man. I was like, the needle was way, not a literal eye of the needle, but the camel had to lower his head, man, to go into a gate, man. Going to where it was cut and shit. I believe that's how it was, man. But they're real stubborn, man. So it's like, yeah, the term eye of a needle was used as a metaphor for a very narrow gateway. It was indeed a narrow gateway into Jerusalem. Since camels were heavily loaded with goods and riders, they would need to be unloaded in order to pass through. That as well. That as well. That as well. Therefore, the analogy is that a rich man would have to seemingly unload his material possessions in order to enter heaven. Because to be rich, to be well-to-do in this society, financially and shit, hey, you gotta do wicked shit. You gotta sell your soul and shit. You gotta do wicked shit, man. To be truly rich and well off. Do that. It's involved in selling your soul, very wicked shit, man. Blood sacrifice. Shit. Blood sacrifices and shit, man. But all that's temporary. Also, it's not even worth selling your soul, especially at the last minute like this. You're not even gonna enjoy that reward that long. Verse 25. Even though the bunkers you could buy, their shit, the missile is gonna destroy them for for the most part. And if not, you in the bunker with the Rothschilds getting trains run on you and shit while you tied up in different positions. Hell. Verse 25, when his disciples heard it, yeah, so, hey, don't even pay off. But really, when you look at it, verse 25, when his disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed and saying, who then can be saved? Verse 26, but Yahushua beheld them and said unto them, with men this is impossible, but with power Yahweh all things are possible, man. Well, meaning you'll have a handful, like I said, very few of them, and not so well known either. I would say that will actually repent, cause how difficult it is. You're in Master's house. But everyone who do, man, it's a great reward. Verse 27, then answered Peter and said unto him, behold, we have forsaken all and followed thee. What shall we have therefore? Verse 28, and Yahushua said unto him, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the reincarnation, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory. This 2,000 years ago. Ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Verse 29, every one that had forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or fathers, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. You're going to enter the kingdom. You do not have to be born into it. You're going to enter it. Verse 30, but many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first. And also, let me get this right here. It's not even worth it, man. What profit a man? What profit a man? What profit a man? What profit you? What profit that? Well, really, what do you get out of it? What profit a man? Really, if you look at it. Mark 8:36, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul, man? You're gonna trade your own soul, for the whole world, even the whole world. Well, and you sold your soul. What? Really, all that's temporary, man. That shit is temporary, man. That shit disposable. That shit trash, man. Along with your body, man. Along with your body, temporary. You die along with it. It could be snatched before you die. All that shit's temporary. Which why, those that are carnally minded, they can't get the truth. Because they see what's temporary and they're like, yeah, that's for me. I want to do whatever it takes to get it. I'll sell my own. I'll blood sacrifice my own mama type niggas, right? Yeah, verse 35, for whosoever will save his life shall lose it. But whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the gospel's the same shall save it. You gotta be willing for, to be, to endure unto death, man. That's the mindset the elect is gonna have. But the mindset a two-third is gonna have is different. The mindset of a sellout. A two-third, whether they know they Israelite and they wear fringes and have a Hebrew name, but they still wicked behind the scenes, or just a regular ass two-third. You know, a false brother or just regular ass two-third. He already knows a two-third, which is a false brother to his own homies, anyways, or she is a false homegirl to her own homegirls. Just fake as hell. Verse 11, but going back to Ecclesiasticus 6 and 11, but in thy prosperity he will be as thyself and will be bold over thy servants. Verse 12, if thou be brought low, he will be against thee. And in these days, before that standard get raised, really you already see we're being brought low, man. If thou be brought low, he will be against thee. And we're going to be at our lowest point before the standard gets raised. And will hide himself from thy face, verse 12. Yeah, of course, man, because he wasn't really your homie and shit. Verse 13, he wasn't really a brother. He wasn't, or basically, that wasn't a real brother. Verse 13, separate thyself from thine enemies and take heed of thy friends. Yeah, take heed of thy friends. Watch them niggas. Watch them because some of them ain't really. Some of them is really like Judas, and they gonna betray you. But hold on. And the elect, You know, the brothers and sisters in the elect, you know, that's real family. You know, verse 14, a faithful friend is a strong defense. He that found such one had found a treasure. Verse 15, nothing to countervail, nothing beats it. A faithful friend is excellency, is invaluable. Verse 16, a faithful friend is medicine of life, and they that fear Yahweh shall find them. Yup. Yeah, man. Verse 17, whoso feared Yahweh shall direct his friendship aright, for as he is, so shall his neighbor be also. And that means brother. Neighbor means brother, really, in the true meaning. Your neighbor is your brother. Your actual neighbor is your brother. Because in Babylon, you may have a fucking Edomite living next to you. That doesn't make him your neighbor. Like your neighbor. It's just someone who lives next to you. But hey, that's the enemy next door. You have a 2/3 nigga, wicked as fuck, living next to you. Could have that. Hey, you look at it that way, man. The 2/3, even though they're Israelites by blood, not all Israel is Israel. Not all Israel is Israel. Romans 9 and 6, not as though the word of power Yahweh hath taken none effect. For they are not all Israel which are of Israel. Like they Israelites that are Israelites, when it comes to the flesh, they go back to concerning the flesh, they're Israelites. Like they go back to one of the sons of Jacob. When it comes to the flesh, they are. But, concerning the flesh, that was what that means. But, in their mind, they're a heathen. In the way they move, they're a heathen. Two-thirds versus one-third is the whole point of, that part. But, spiritual terrors versus spiritual wheat. Hey, the sheep versus the goat. The sheep versus the goats. What do 2/3 want to be? They want to be the goat. Spiritual. Yeah. But yeah, going back to Matthew 10 and 17, but be aware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils and they will scourge you in their synagogues. Be aware of men. Take heed of thy friends. Keep separate from your enemies and take heed of thy friends. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils and they will scourge you in their synagogues. And people say the Apocrypha ain't a part of the scriptures. Come on. The Apocrypha lines right up. Verse 18, and ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. Because you're going to be brought before the people is going to snitch on you because they're going to believe the propaganda or they're going to be caving to the pressure of both. They'll cave to the pressure that Esau was putting, pressure from above, pressure from below, to comply, to comply with the mandates and all that, you know. And also the propaganda that's going to be getting pushed out. The trucker, the the shit's gonna be blamed on the truckers. You know, you're gonna have shit being blamed on the truckers. This economic collapse being blamed on the truckers and Russia. And then, you know, because they invaded. See, Russia, Russia is responsible. Russia is responsible. And the truckers. In fact, a brother mentioned, and also now you have the EMP, which they're saying that it's both basically showing that they're gonna blame both Russia and the domestic quote unquote right wing extremists, both Russia and basically those who won't bow down to the beast, and so both Russia and people that think, and the truckers and people that think like them. On the economic collapse, they're gonna blame the economic collapse and the coming EMP that they got planned, man. The cyber attack, or the cyber attack that takes down the grid that they have planned. But this is something that the brother mentioned right here, man. I'm just gonna I'll probably put various topics. Truckers convoy, Russia connection. See, the Canadians is saying that. See, the Canadians state broadcaster spreads. I got an article, Daily Mail. Canada's state broadcaster spreads bizarre conspiracy theory that Russian actors, now they call themselves that, a divided house. But anyways, that Russian actors are behind 50,000 strong freedom convoy of truckers. So now they're saying, oh, it's Russia, the blame Russia card. The Russian actors are behind 50,000 strong freedom convoy of truckers protesting Justin Trudeau's mandate. Police threatens to arrest truckers blocking the U.S. border in Alberta. So you have Canada, CBC, they're claiming that Russian actors are behind the Freedom Convoy. So now the war propaganda comes in. They're with Russia. They're with Russia. Now they're saying that, man. They're secret Russian agents. Now they're trying to say the truckers are secret Russian agents and shit. Shalom, shalom, Akim. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, back and better than ever. Nah, I'm just back. I ain't gonna be better to the kingdom yet. Well, at least all the way good. Ain't gonna be all the way good to the kingdom yet. To the kingdom is here. But this article I'm going in on right now is this article at the Daily Mail. Going into this subject right here that a brother actually mentioned to me earlier. Canada state broadcaster spreads bizarre conspiracy theory that quote unquote Russian actors are behind 50,000 strong freedom convoy of truckers protesting Justin Trudeau's mandate. Police threaten to arrest truckers blockading the U.S. border in Alberta. And yeah, man, they're saying that Russia's leading it. They're spreading they're spreading a conspiracy theory that Russian actors are behind the Freedom Convoy trucker. Now they're the ones spreading that shit now. They're the ones spreading conspiracy theories while calling us conspiracy theorists. But look what Esau is doing. First they was talking about a false flag. Now this. Are they saying that Russia is trying to overthrow Canada's government with a color revolution? Look who's the real conspiracy theorist. They've always been the real ones, by the way. Canada's former most news network is spreading a conspiracy theory that Russian actors are behind the Freedom Convoy, quote unquote, trucker. Hey, this is a fact check. No. Mandate protest, protesting the whack scene that's going on over there in Ottawa at the U.S. border. During a broadcast Friday on the Canada Broadcasting Corporation, which is funded by the Canadian government, anchor Neil Coxall offered Parliament member Marco Mendicino the theory. Quote unquote, there is concern that Russian actors could be continuing to fuel things as the protest grows, perhaps even instigating it from the outside. Alex Jones of tinfoil hat meme comes to mind. Quote unquote. Hey, man. Hey, they the real. Hey, they the real conspiracy theorists, man. Coxall said, citing Canada's support for Russia enemy Ukraine as evidence. Coxall's comments quickly set off a storm of backlash on social media, with users criticizing the longtime CBC fixture for offering an unfounded theory based entirely on speculation as news. You know, like they accuse us of doing. Hey, they're spreading anti-Russian man shit. They're spreading anti-Russian conspiracy theories. Anti-Russia-phobic conspiracy theorists. Or anti-Russian conspiracy theories. Theories and shit. They're anti-Russian conspiracy theorists. Coxall, okay. The Freedom Convoy, a coalition of 50,000 drivers protesting Justin Trudeau's mandate for cross-border truckers, has been described as a grassroots movement and has no known ties to Russia. Royal Canadian Mounted Police have threatened to arrest truckers blocking the U.S. border in Alberta unless they leave by Tuesday. A lawyer representing the disgruntled driver said, you know, and you see this going on, man. They said that Putin supported Brexit and shit. They said that Putin supported Trump and shit. Like Trump is a they've been saying that shit. Trump was a Russian puppet and shit. Now they're saying that the freedom convoy is back in our Russia. It's Russia. They're doing that shit. It's Russia. Russia. They behind it, man. Shit, man. Russia's the reason why you stubbed your toe this morning. It's Russia. It's Russia. Russia's behind it. For real, man. The police have essentially shut down. You see, and then they accuse us of being conspiracy theorists. But of course, Esau and his deflection tactics. The police have essentially shut down all negotiations, period. Quote unquote, civil rights attorney Williamson said Tuesday. Quote unquote, they have indicated that they're going to seize equipment. They have indicated that they're going to reopen the highway. He added, Trudeau called dissenters in the Canadian capital and along the U.S. border hateful, violent, and racist, labeling them a small fringe minority. And then now they're saying that, oh, it's Russians behind it. It's Russians. Now Russia's behind it, man. It all goes back to Russia. Canada's state broadcaster, the Canadian Broadcasting Company, is spreading a bizarre and unfounded conspiracy theory. Yeah, man. Now they doing that shit, man. That Russian actors, quote unquote, they've been doing it. They doing it more. Are behind the Freedom Convoy trucker mandate protests currently being held in Ottawa and at the U.S. border. During a broadcast Friday at the CBC, they're like, it's them damn Ruskies, which is funded by the Canadian government. Anchor Neil Coxall offered Parliament member Marco Mendicino the theory, citing the country's current relationship with the Ukraine, a former Soviet nation currently at odds with Russia, as evidence, quote unquote, given Canada's support of Ukraine. In this current crisis with Russia, I don't know if it's far-fetched to ask, quote unquote, Coxall told Mendicino, the country's Minister of Public Safety, during the Friday interview, quote unquote, but there is concern that Russian actors could be continuing to fuel things as this protest grows, perhaps even instigating it from the outset. Quote unquote. Hey, well, when we bring out that the motherfucking that like the motherfucking, what you call it, like we say that we bring out that the Syrian rebels is backed by the U.S. When we bring out all these facts, right? That Ukraine was overthrown by U.S. backed rebels that's neo Nazis. The Azov Battalion. They have their fucking their fucking logo proves it. When we bring that out, oh, that's a conspiracy theory, man. That isn't that weird. When we bring out, ain't that some shit? We bring out that they try to overthrow Venezuela many times. You know, funding protests, funding color revolutions through NGOs. We're called conspiracy theorists. But when they say that, oh, oh, Russia's behind the Freedom Convoy, it's a possibility, you know. That's what they be saying. It's a possibility, you know. Russia could be behind it. Because the US would never do shit like that. It's always these other countries. The Freedom Convoy, a coalition of, and that sounds like that. Like, that sounds like some shit we say, we bring out. But they're saying, oh, Russia's doing it. The Freedom Convoy, and with no evidence, the Freedom Convoy, a coalition of 50,000 drivers protesting Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's mandate for cross-border truckers. So they're trying to say that because they want to enforce this mandate. And they want to blame the truckers. Ultimately, they're the ones that's leading it, and it's a deflection. And they're setting the truckers up and people who think like them to be blamed for the economic collapse and for, you know, a future false flag cyber attack, you know, attack on the grid, you know, both of them being blamed. The Freedom Convoy, a coalition of 50,000 drivers protesting PM Trudeau's vaccine mandate for cross-border truckers that formed last month, has been described as a grassroots movement and has no known ties to Russia. No known ties to Russia. Protests began in Ottawa last month on January 23rd. Oh, how the tables have turned, man. Now they the conspiracy theorists. Protests began in Ottawa last month, and it's more known. Protests began in Ottawa last month on January 23rd, and at the U.S. Canada border in Alberta on Saturday, and are still going strong, despite warnings from Royal Canadian Mounted Police that things will get ugly for revelers if they do not abandon their Freedom Convoy campaign, where tens of thousands of truckers have blocked crucial roads at both locations with their parked vehicles. Trudeau 50 has refused to meet with the group to discuss their qualms with this new policy, which was put into effect in January and requires Canadian truckers to take the jump shot in order to enter and exit the country on their routes. On Tuesday, after 4 days of protests, police threatened to arrest truckers blockading the U.S. border in Alberta unless they leave the area immediately. Hey, ain't that suppressing dissent and shit? Yeah. Ain't that suppressing dissent and shit? Suppressing a peaceful protest. Yeah. Ain't that what they accuse Russia of doing and shit? And these other countries are doing? Yet they doing it. Hey, the tables have turned. The tables have turned. Tables have turned. Hey, we know it's controlled opposition. We know it's controlled opposition, but just for argument's sake, man. Just for argument's sake, man. Look how the media and them is doing the truckers versus versus the Syrian rebels, which are actual terrorists, versus how they did them. How they did them. Oh, the Ukrainian Nazis. How they did the Ukrainian Nazis. Oh, they're just poor Ukrainians that wanted freedom from a Russian-backed dictator, and the dictator was brutally uh crushing dissent over there using police brutality. Wait, hold up. Ain't that what the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is doing? Warning that things will get ugly for revelers if they don't abandon their Freedom Convoy campaign. That's police. That sounds like police brutality to me. That sounds like the suppressing dissent and shit. That sounds like suppressing dissent to me. Like a brutal dictator cracking down to me. Where tens of thousands of truckers have blocked crucial roads at both locations with their parked vehicles. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Yo, now they're being the conspiracy theorists too, openly. Ain't that some shit? During a broadcast Friday on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which is okay, it shows this bitch, this Edomite bitch, Neil Coxall, and it shows the Canadian police. They're gonna arrest truckers blockading the U.S. border, and also in other areas in Alberta, in Old Ottawa and shit. But if it was a protest that was approved by them and shit, they wouldn't give a fuck. Or if it was a movement approved by them and shit, if it was some shit that was approved by them and shit, they wouldn't give a fuck. Trucks pictured blocking a once busy street in downtown Ottawa. It's all we know what it is, man. They're preparing for the demonization. They're preparing the public to blame not just the truckers, but people that think like them. Anyone who won't accept the mandates, the unrighteous decrees as a terrorist. That's what they're as terrorists and as foreign agents and shit. Russian agents and shit. That's what they Russian, Chinese, Iranian, just agents of the enemy. Trucks pictured blocking a once busy street in downtown Ottawa on Wednesday. That they're saying that things are gonna get ugly for them. It's a fucking like we know they control the opposition as well, but it's rich coming from them. How they gonna accuse them of being with the Russians and all that, and then crack down with these cops is gonna crack down and arrest protesters. It's just that's not even like they're not fucking violently destroying shit. They're not blowing shit up. They're not doing none of that shit. You know, as far as I've heard, right? Yet they're doing that. Yet their reaction from the state is that. But the Syrian rebels, the Azov battalion in Ukraine, oh, that's different. That's different. That's different right there, man. Crazy. During Tuesday's interview, Mendicino seemed to Mendicino seemed to deflect Coke Sal's incredulous question. "Quote unquote, I'm going to defer to our partners in the public safety of trained officials and experts in their area," the official said during an interview which was held remotely. "Quote unquote, what I can tell you is that we do have courses on site right now which are watching the conduct of this convoy very carefully, and we're providing direction and guidance to residents to ensure that there's a peaceful protest, but at the same time providing direction and guidance to residents." Coxal's comments quickly set up a storm of backlash on social media, with users criticizing the longtime CBC fixture for offering an unfounded theory based entirely on speculation as news. "Quote unquote, journalistic malpractice," one user tweeted Saturday, the day after Coxal's brazen declaration. "Quote unquote, this movement is just as much about that as anything else. We wouldn't be here if they just did their jobs." Others slammed the longtime CBC News Network anchor for following a fellow so-called liberal because they're not. U.S. President Joe Biden's example of blaming Russia for another nation's problems. "When in doubt, quote unquote, when in doubt, never blame the ever elusive Russian actors," quote unquote, one user wrote Saturday. Yeah, they're blaming Russia now. They're blaming Russia. As Russia is responsible for all the bullshit now. Russia, and then anyone who doesn't accept our narrative, who won't go along with the mandates, who won't bow to the beast. Anyone who won't do it, they're with Russia as well. Stupid. Another, yeah, is this user that wrote that, it's true, man. Them so-called liberal Edomites, that's what they're doing. So-called liberals have one beat: Russia, Russia, Russia. It's a house divided as well, man. Russia's ruled by Edomites as well. Another joked. Another compared the state of the media in the northern nation to that of China, a socialist country often accused of curtailing civil liberties of its 1.4 billion citizens. And you know what's funny about that? Oh, when you had them protests, which was riots in fucking Hong Kong and shit, when China fucking sent they forces in, oh, they was bad. They was bad for doing that shit. They was bad. It was whole riots. They was bad for doing that shit. It was fucked up. But look what Canada's doing. And oh, nah, they're right. The truckers are terrorists. "Quote unquote, the media in Canada clearly now have no more freedom or wish to report truthfully as the media in China. Laughable story. Quote unquote, on a scale of 1 to 10, how stupid do they think we are?" They're being cussed out too. Hey, no one believes they ass, which is why they're gonna have to pull some tricks, some new tricks, man, because no one believes their old tricks. That witchcraft that they've done, it's not working anymore. It's going to shit. "Quote unquote, on a scale of 1 to 10, how stupid do they think we are?" In other words, stone poster ass. Like, how dumb do they think we is? Yeah, you have these people cussing them out on Twitter. Because it is stupid. They're saying that Russia's behind it and shit. A divided house. And Esau is real dumb for creating that left versus right paradigm, as well as the East versus West paradigm. He basically divided his own kingdom to be conquered, man. That's what he did. He thought he was being crafty, but he was being stupid. He was really being stupid. He divided. He had like, bro, how is a divided kingdom better than a united one? That's stupid. That was dumb. That was such a dumb. It was such a. It was a. Yo, man, even though the first Edomite president of the U.S. said it was a dumb idea. Basically, when you look back at it, that left and right shit, he said that was a dumb idea. Like the nation would be divided into two opposing camps and shit. It happened. It happened, and it was worse and worse leading up to the first Civil War. Like the country, because this ain't a nation, it's a country. But you had Edomites versus Edomites and shit. Edomites versus Edomites. One favoring, and it was, yo, man, it was actually over whether how to oppress Jake. It wasn't about one side wanted to liberate our people, the other didn't. Even though abol, he had actual abolitionists, but it wasn't like the elites wanted to just free Jake. Nah, they wanted to. It was a transfer of ownership that happened. There was no liberation proclamation. It was an emancipation proclamation, transfer of ownership from one people to another, from one people to another. Who? From who? From the average everyday Edomite to the elites. That's what it was. From the average everyday Edomite, even these southern planters and shit, to the elites. The real civil war was because the elites was basically taking their slaves and they're basically doing that. They were taking possession of Jake from the southern planters and shit, and that's why they was pissed. That's the real reason. And you also gotta look at this. Why was it only announced in states that wasn't a part of the union and shit? You had them border states that still had the slaves. So you have to look at it like that as well. So it wasn't about freeing you Jakes. Lincoln wasn't trying to free you Jakes. If he could have kept the union without even issuing that emancipation shit, he would have done it. It wasn't liberation, it was transfer of ownership, and it was a war tactic. That's what it was. And you see how the U.S. government abandoned Jake after that short Reconstruction period, which I'm sure they picked the right Jakes for those positions too, not just any one of them. But after that short little period, right, Reconstruction, Jake was abandoned. Jake was abandoned by the U.S. government and shit. Jake was thrown to the wolves, basically. You know, that new reality. You know, the South was able to do basically put a whole bunch of restrictions on Jake and shit. And the Union, the U.S., the North, right? The North didn't give a single fuck. Because it wasn't really about freeing Jake. It wasn't about freeing our people from slavery. But yeah, man. Anyways, getting on the topic, man. You know, you had that Civil War, you know, that Edomite violence and shit. And, you know, what happened before, there was the two parties against that were, you know, they turned into enemy camps and shit. And then what's happening now? Same shit. You know, the left wing, neither the left wing or the right wing, then they're not on our side, man. We ain't got no friends. The left wing, you know, they was just pretending to be our friend, man. But not really helping our people. Actually just using them, pushing the agenda. And now they pushing they the ones pushing the jump shot hardcore, but the right wing is also with it. But they're pretending that they're not with it because the right wing is supposed to be for your constitutional rights. They got to play that role, but low key they're with it. Low key, these Republican politicians are actually with it. Still busy. And you're gonna see, you know, you're gonna see that hey, you know, this is an example of that. You know, really the people supporting these two parties, they're divided. The people supporting these two parties are the ones that's really at each other's throats. They're the ones that are really at each other's throats. But you also have certain elites that are plotting against other elites. You know, they're the reason why, really, if you look at it, you know, there was that house being divided, even at the top, right? Is the reason why, because they got fucked over by other elites, the main ruling elites. You know, you could see it. You know, they had whistleblowers reveal certain shit about the system. Did certain shit like the book Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, something like that. I think it's called that, or Quiet Weapons for Silent Wars. It was found. Let me get it. You know, hey, you know, not a coincidence, man. Quiet weapons for Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, man. This is a top secret manual said to be found by accident in 1986 by an employee of Boeing Aircraft. He bought. Come on, man. You know, it was really one of the elites dropping dime on the others, man. Come on. That's how they did it, man. And they had this dude reveal it. He brought he bought a surplus IBM copier for scrap parts at a government sale and found the manual inside. The manual outlines a plan to control the masses through manipulation of industry, education, and politics, and to divert the public's attention from what is really going on. It exposed a lot. Surprisingly, it is claimed that much of what is outlined has come to pass and makes interesting reading for those exploring the deeper levels of our social structure and hold up and how it may be controlled or influenced. The book tree edition includes all the important charts and diagrams not seen in other versions. It is an exact replica of the original, aside from some minor alterations to correct print quality. Found in this edition only is a new four-page introduction. It explains why you may never be certain of the true origin of this document, which is why I say what I say, despite the fact that someone has stepped forward and claimed that they assembled it from multiple sources. And then you had, of course, naysayers. But, yeah, man. Which was the curses hidden. Matthew 12:25, and Yahushua knew their thoughts, and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. Shall not stand. Verse 26. And if Satan cast out Satan, the adversary cast out the adversary. You have to look at it that way. He's divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand? It won't. It's going to fall. And that's what you have from this. That's what you have. And Esau was his own enemy, creating that system too, because now you have one side of one side of America, of the American people that's with the New World Order agenda and shit, like more than another, man. Now you have that. Now you have that type of shit, man, because they believe. Now you have that, you know. So now you have the division between the two sides, which is aspects of the agenda that both are against. But what are they trying to push right now? What are they trying to push right now? They're trying to push that Great Reset agenda, man. And who's opposing it? Exactly. The people that are being called right-wingers and shit. Everyone who's opposing it is being thrown in that. And everyone who opposes it, even if they was never a Trump supporter, is being thrown into that category. That's the thing about that. And then they're being accused of being basically traitors for Russia. And how they set that up was basically the whole thing with Trump and shit was to demonize those who wasn't fucking with the New World Order as Russian, as pro-Russia and shit. Basically, that's what it was. And Trump was like a controlled opposition. Trump was controlled opposition that was set up to do that, man. that was set up to bring that about. But he was with them as well. Trump, he was set up by the Rothschilds. He was saved by the Rothschilds back in the late 80s. He's been juiced in. But because of his character, his character, he's a game show host, for fuck's sake. But because of his character, and he's he wasn't a governor before, or a senator before, or a congressman before. People was like, he's not a career politician. He's outside the beltway. He's not. He's so yeah. He's gonna bring some change to the system. He's gonna shake it up. He was kind of like how Obama, that Hamite, was for our people. They thought, oh, look. The rest of those presidents were so-called white, Edomites, man. And then this man come around, man. Come on, man. Barack Obama, he gonna shake it up. Lo and behold. So then, lo and behold, he only made it worse. So, even especially for Jake, man. Especially for Jake. Didn't improve nothing for our people. Didn't improve nothing for our people. He fucked their people over. When you look at it, Obama, what did he actually do? That Hamite, he's not even our people either. What did he actually do to help our people? Nothing. Nothing really, just the same old shit. Really just, yeah, when you look at it, what did he do to bring them cops to justice? That was shooting our people down in the streets. He didn't do shit. But he did pass something called the Blue Act. He did do something for the cops, though. I think it was called Blue Act. Blue Alert Act or something like that. He did do something for the cops, man. And during the Obama presidency is when you had that false flag blamed on the Jake in Dallas. During the Obama presidency, that's when it happened. That's when they did it. So he was definitely not for our people. He just pretended to be. So he wasn't for our people. And but knowing Esau, especially the average everyday Edomite, and their carnal mindset that they have, they're like, see what happens. They thought he was a so-called black man too. And so they end up blaming Jake for what he did. They end up 8 years being pissed off at Jake. 8 years. Blaming us for something blaming our people for something that a fucking heathen did. A heathen that's a puppet of the 48ers. But what fueled that shit? Our people was supporting that man in mass. So, of course they looked at him that way. Esau already has that hatred in him. It's natural. He's like, those niggas, man, they're responsible for it. And so they're the same ones that supported Trump. They're the same ones that supported Trump. Then you had the misguided Israelite foreigners, or speckled birds in Northern Kingdom that did as well. But Trump didn't do shit for them. Trump was like Obama for them, man. Because when you look, it was just talk, man. He was a good actor. Trump was a good actor. And then you had Q, which was telling people that Trump was gonna take down the system and shit like that. You know, saying that he was gonna arrest Hillary. All that shit, man. Did it happen? No. She alive and kicking and walking around free as fuck. Free as she could be. Hillary and the Bushes, all of them. Free. What did happen, people who would not bow to the coming New World Order were linked to the Russians because, hey, them lower level Edomites, you know, a lot of them, you know, the ones that lean towards the right wing and shit, a lot of them, those Republicans, right? A lot of them, they're not down with the new way that the elites have came up with to oppress Jake worldwide. Because that means that they're going to lose some of their rights. It means they're getting fucked over as well. Because the guns is going to be taken. And also, a lot of them still believe in that, in Christianity and shit. A lot of them still believe in Christianity. And so they see what's going on. They know some of the Bible, not all of it though. They know that about the RFID chip, meaning the mark of the beast. You have Edomite Christians that know about that. Yet some of you tried some of you Israelites buy into that shit that these false prophets push, that the mark of the beast is anything with the RFID chip. So this is obviously the RFID chip. Even Edomite Christians, the Bible is not their book, but even they, a lot of them know that the RFID chip is the mark of the beast. Even a lot of them know. Even a lot of them know. Even those know nothing Edomites. Even they know that. And so that's why when they hear about some shit like that, you know, they're like, nah, we're not with it. Because they think that, you know, the scriptures apply to them. Which not all of them types are Edomites. You have the scattered Israelites among them as well. Which is why some of them got more zeal than the other ones and actually believe. The main reason why a heathen would believe and not in the whole truth, because they can't get it, but in so-called Christianity, which has some truths, but with a bunch of lies. But the reason why is because they think that they could get into the kingdom and all that. That's why. And because they showing this dude as a so-called, well, they showing, let me rephrase it. They showing the Most High Yahweh and His Son Yahweh Shai. They show them as so-called white people. That's why. And some of them think that so-called white people is the real Israelites and shit. You have Edomites that believe that shit. Tripping. But that's the reason why. That's the reason why. You know, they would oppose. They would oppose that, you know, and that's that they would oppose Amalek's New World Order. That's the reason why. And also because they see Amalek as not the same as them, man. They see the 48ers, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them, some of them just see the 48ers in America as that, or just the so-called liberal 48ers, but some of them see the 48ers because a lot of them will support the 48ers in our land. But basically they see them as different than them, even though they're the same people. Amalek Amalekites are Edomites. Amalek is a grandson of Esau. Even though they're the same people, they see them as different because Amalek is more of the sneaky type, you know, than like they got hatred too, but they're sneaky about it. They hide their hatred more versus these other tribes of Esau, because you have different tribes of Esau. These other tribes of Esau, a lot of them is too proud to hide their hatred so much. They can only hide it so much, and it comes out. And so they don't like to even play friend of Jake because they don't think that they should have to. They really believe in that so-called white supremacy shit. And so they don't like it whenever they don't like that setup where they gotta pretend to be friends with Jake, you know, dude. Show that hatred on the low type shit. They don't like that. So that's why, and the elites know this. They know their people, right? So they set up Trump. They know this, so they set up Trump. You know, to get them out of the way, to get by having them linked to Russia and shit, and to have something else, and to have, you know, also we know is to get to aim at us, but in a different way, because we against the elite. It's agenda, man. So it was also to aim at us, and really to also aim at us, you know, the elect of the nation of Israel, Yahweh Ratazah, by aiming at the scriptures themselves. Because the scriptures, because people that, and some of them are Israelite foreigners, but others are just they're just Edomite supremacists that just believe in parts of the Bible, not all of it, because they can't get all of it. But basically, the Bible and people that believe in the Bible, this picture that, you know, the people that society has of people that believe in the Bible is being linked and been getting linked to Trump and his supporters, and Trump and his supporters is being linked to Russia, to Putin. And it's been happening. It was happening for 4 years, 5 years, shit, about 5, almost 6. It's 2016, all the way till, well, that's about 6, all the way till now. And so that was the setup, the process for the demonization. You know, to demonize those who believe in the scriptures and link them to Russia. They've been, these are tactics that are not new. Nero's fire type tactics. You know, they want to blame, and they call it the Hamashiachim troublemakers. They're known as troublemakers. Where it says Christian, it should say, talking about the actual ones, right? Of the time of Acts and all that. It should say Hamashiachim. Mashayak. The ha meaning the. Mashayak meaning anointed ones. Yom is plural. Hamashayakim, the anointed ones. Christian means anointed one, and Christians mean anointed ones in the Greek. Well, but Yahushua was a Hebrew Israelite of the tribe of Judah who was very much in touch with his heritage. Part of our heritage being that Hebrew language, that original ancient Paleo-Hebrew tongue. That's why we prefer the term Hamashayakim. But yeah, basically, hey, it's funny how this shit works. Both the real Hamashiachim and the fake Hamashiachim, the so-called Christians, are being linked to Russia also because Esau don't need the religion of Christianity to push that no more like that. Also, you know, he's switching tactics. Esau is switching tactics. He's been switching tactics. Switching over to more overt Satanism. More obvious Satanism. You know, pro-LGBT, XYZ, alphabet boys and girls that don't see that see themselves as non-binary. You know, pro that. Now you got something called furries going on. Well, motherfuckers walking around think they animal, acting like animals and shit, playing that role, identifying man, trans species. Now you got that. All types of confusion, all types of that. So you got that going on. That do as thou wilt shit. They pushing being a hoe is all good. You know, as long as it feel good, you do it. So do as thou wilt is like the number one tenet of Satanism. Number one tenet of Satanism. Do as thou wilt be. Do what feels good, even if it's not good for you. Because not everything that feels good is actually good for you. It may feel good, but it's still fucking you up. But that's being pushed. And then you want that carnal desire to be fulfilled. You'll do whatever to do it. The ends to achieve the means. The ends justify the means. Okay. okay, well then, we got Esau's like, I got something for you, and Esau has to demonize the scriptures too. When you look at it, Esau has to demonize the scriptures and push a different type of mindset, because the mindset in the mindset pushed by the scriptures is sometimes you got to check the flesh. It's a balance. You can't just give it all to the flesh. Well, the mindset pushed by Esau is, nah, gotta fulfill the lust of the flesh. Esau is a very carnal man. No, he's the same man who sold his birthright for a morsel of meat. He's a very carnal man. A carnal mind. So you have this man, Esau, right? You have Esau. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. Verse 17, for ye know now that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. So you have Esau ruling. You have Esau ruling. Shit. You have Esau ruling, and there's a scripture that says, as the judge, so is the people. As the judge, so is the people. Just like it goes something like that. I don't know exactly, but it goes something along those lines. Ecclesiasticus 10:2, as the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers, these politicians. And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, and the officers as well, man, come on. Like the cops and shit, the centurions. And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such as all they that dwell therein. That's why the mindset of Babylon is the flesh. The flesh comes first. That's why. That's why it's like that. Because who runs Babylon? Esau. Who runs Babylon? The great Esau. So most Babylonians are going to be like who? Esau. 2/3 of Israelites, man. They're like their father, the devil. Israelites that act like Edomites. Israelites that act like Edomites. Yeah. Israelites that act like Edomites. And so that mindset is there. And Esau's pushing it more. And even more of a carnal mindset. Even more of a carnal mindset. To where that shameful lust that you have, yeah, go pursue it. Do what you got to do to pursue it. No matter who you hurt in the process, man. No matter what you fuck up in the process. No, even if you hurt yourself, doesn't matter. You did it all to fulfill that lust. It's the mindset that Esau pushes, man. So that you chase that bread no matter what. Even though man shall not live by bread alone. That's how this unwise king, this fool, Esau is a fool, his children are fool. Edomites are children of fools. Ecclesiasticus 10:3. An unwise king destroys his people, but through the prudence of them which are in authority the city shall be inhabited. An unwise king destroys his people. Babylonians are destroyed. They're through. Babylonians are through. They're destroyed. They're unwise because the ruler is unwise. The elites are actually children of fools. And they actually put someone as their spokesman, someone that they put a senile old man, a senile old pedophile Edomite as a president. Showing like, bro, come on. Joe Biden, they got him as the spokesman nowadays. Before they had Trump, man, which wasn't much better, but still. Hey, woe unto the land when the child is king. Woe unto the land whose king is a child. Ecclesiastes 10:16. Woe to thee, O land, when thy king is a child, and thy princes eat in the morning. Yeah, man. Verse 17, blessed art thou, land, on the flip side, when thy king is the son of nobles, and thy princes eat in due season for strength and not for drunkenness. Yeah, when like America, man, literally you look at it, that's America being ruled over by a child. Being ruled over by a child. Being ruled over by a child, man. It's the mindset that's being pushed. The mindset that is being pushed. It's the very childish mindset. So then the people act like that, man. Because the king is like that. The people act like that. It's crazy. Hey, this this elder brother that of the camp in San Antonio, man, the GMS camp in San Antonio, he brought this out. He brought this out, man. This is a perfect analogy of what America does to you. A perfect analogy. A Pleasure Island, that's America. Pleasure Island is America. Yep. Pleasure Island, and they want to go full on. Ordo ab Chaos. Pleasure Island is a theme park located on an island where it is accessed by ferry. According, this is, you read that shit, Ordo ab Chaos. That's they want. It shows that the elites. And so you link it up with America, man, and they want that order ab chaos, man. They want to create chaos so they could bring that order, martial law, FEMA camps, the RFID chip, etc. The Gurkha troops. Pleasure Island is a theme park located on an island where it is accessed by ferry. According to the coachman, it is specialized to serve stupid little boys who are disobedient and play hooky from school. It is implied to be illegal and extremely notorious, as hidden by J. Worthington Foulfellow. The coachman runs the island and takes all that bad boys he has collected. For others, he hires for the job, just like Honest John and Gideon, from various towns and villages to the island where the boys are free to do whatever they please, just smoking, drinking alcohol, fighting, breaking the place, and other deeds that good children wouldn't do. Food, alcohol, and tobacco are freely available on the island. The boys are also free of the law, and any parents or cops who could stop them from being naughty, okay? You see this analogy, man. Essentially, the island is designed to be the perfect paradise for bad boys. However, unknown to the boys, Pleasure Island actually serves as a trap. Once the boys have spent enough time being bad, they begin to succumb to a horrific curse that exists over the island, presumably played via ancient dark magic rituals by the coachman himself, the elites, which turn them into donkeys due to making complete quote unquote jackasses of themselves and behaving like destructive animals. The boys first grow donkey ears, then a tail. Their head turns furry with donkey hair. Their laughing becomes braying. Their hands and feet become hooves. They lose the ability to talk. That reminds me of that movie that I watched with hey, sorry to bother you, man. That this devil wanted to inject him with a serum, aka a potion, really a potion that would turn them into a fucking horse. People, Esau shows you over and over. Their hands and feet become hooves. They lose the ability to talk, although some donkeys like Alexander can still talk, and then finally go on all fours. The donkeys are then rounded up by the coachman and his minions and inspected. Those who can no longer talk are stripped of their remaining clothes and thrown into crates, and then taken back to the mainland via ferry, and are finally sold by the coachman into hard labor in salt mines at the circus and possibly other places for money. FEMA camps. The few donkeys who retain their voices, however, are not shipped with the others and are presumably kept by the coachman until they too presumably lose their voices or are possibly disposed of to prevent them the other warning the other victims to come to the island. The elects that come back from that lifestyle, man. The elects who come back from that lifestyle, they can still talk and warn the others. The exact way the curse is placed over the island or how it turns the boys into donkeys is unknown. Though it appears that it only takes effect once the boys have committed no bad behavior, breaking the law, statutes, and commandments of the scriptures. That's what's symbolized here, man. There appears to be no way to stop it once the transformation begins, and it appears to be permanent, as even remorse for the actions doesn't reverse the effects. And Pinocchio's donkey ears, tail, and bray, and his laugh did not disappear until he was later revived by the blue fairy. It's all symbolic, man. They put it right in our face. It appears to work slower. Hmm. Shit. It appears to work slower for some individuals as both Lampwick and Pinocchio showed no effects of the curse until long after the other boys, possibly due to the fact that they relaxed for a while playing pool. They wasn't doing all that type of bullshit. It also remains Shalom, Shalom, I'm back. Akim, Esau crashed the app, but I'm back. These devils wasn't allowed to stop it this time. Just hinder it a little bit. Kala Yalba Shim Yal Shaba Shim Rakal Gadash. I'm gonna get back on it. Finish this. And yeah, I was going into how that Pleasure Island, how that the analogy that elder brother made, the elder of the camp, that he made, it's fitting, and how I got into it was the ruler of the people. So is the ruler, like the ruler of a city is as a judge of the people are his officers, and what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all that dwell therein, man. Yeah, in verse 16, woe of Ecclesiasticus 10, which this verse over here was Ecclesiasticus 10 and 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers, in what manner a man the ruler of the city is, such as all they that dwell therein. You know, then I brought this out. Ecclesiastes 10 and 6. Woe to thee, O land, when thy king is a child, and thy princes eat in the morning. Yeah, man. You know, this going into this carnal mindset that's promoted here. Fulfill every lust of the flesh over everything. That yellow shit, you know, it's the same. But I was going into it when my shit got crashed. These devils got hurt. You know, and you devils is still going down. It doesn't matter. You're only hindering this truth. You ain't stopping it. Ain't the full family of the word yet. And the truth is gonna be still be getting revealed until all the elect get sealed. One Thessalonians 2:18. Wherefore we would have come unto you, even I, Paul, once and again, but Satan hindered us. Sometimes, like I won't be able to get back in, but this time I was. Yeah, sometimes this devil ends my life. This time he didn't get to. It appears to work slower for some individuals as both. Okay, let me continue. It appears to work slower for some individuals as both Lampwick and Pinocchio showed no effects of the curse until long after the other boys, possibly due to the fact they relaxed for a little while playing. Okay, I already read that. Alright, so basically, damn. Okay, basically, hold on. Like it was a trap. It was a trap. And Treasure Island, that's symbolic of America and that mindset that's promoted here. That colonized mindset of the laws, statutes, and commandments don't matter. Man, what the fuck? I heard some shit. Huh? That for me? Shit, I ain't going all the way out there. I ain't ready or busy. Yeah, y'all have to come over here and tell me. This for me. Nah. It's hella cold too. I'm busy. Nah. All right. So anyway, so that for that. The exact way. Okay, hold on. So basically, okay. Let me get to where I was at. I got there. Let's see. Fuck. Slack. Mute this. But get back to what I was going into. But yeah, man. And Esau, you know, he fucked up because he created that mindset. Hey, he destroyed his own people, and he created that divide and conquer mindset, that division. So, hey, you know, that's a recipe for disaster. And Esau think he doing something with all that either, dividing his own really queendom. We don't even call it a kingdom, we call it a queendom. But yeah, man. Esau, man. By doing that, he's destroying his own queendom. He's destroying his own queendom like a dumbass. That shit, even that left versus right and east versus west, divide and conquer shit. They're that shit is gonna result in these devils launching nukes in themselves. It's gonna result in that civil war, which they're bringing about to bring that new world order and shit. But it's gonna fail, man, because the Russians is gonna nuke America and shit because of the bullshit that they've been doing. And also they want to run the new world order as well. And all these countries, these different countries, these different heathen nations want to run the new world order as well. All the men of that confederacy. Get that. This devil dumb, man, because he divided his own kingdom, his own queendom, really to be conquered. He divided his own queendom to be conquered. That's what happened. Obadiah 1 and 7. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They eat thy bread, have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. This devil, hey man, and he the one who said these elites were the ones that created. They created the Soviet Empire. They created this. They created this. Russian Revolution was funded by Wall Street. They funded it. Karl Marx, he was he was, I believe, if I remember correctly, he was a Mason. Not just an average one either. He was a Freemason, and not like average one. Like he knew what it was about. He was at that level. You know, just like they set up the U.S. and just like they rule the U.S., they also come on. They run that shit too. They run the East too. Controlling both sides of the war that they're trying to start. Collapse the economy, bring that new currency. That's the first thing they want to do, because that new currency, that new digital currency, is gonna be in them RFID chips. They're pushing all this and the pandemic, all that, just to push that RFID chip implants, push RFID implants to basically make you their slave, for their slave spiritually as well, not just physically. That's one reason. Another is depopulation. But it's going to lead to a downfall of their own empire, because a lot of these lower level elites is gonna die, and the rest, all these other countries, including fucking NATO, all these NATO countries, it's an alliance. I know all these, including all the NATO countries, is gonna shoot nukes. When you look at it, they're gonna shoot missiles. They're gonna shoot missiles at Babylon. They're gonna shoot missiles at Babylon. 200 million nuclear warheads is what those 200 horsemen, 200,000. Hold on, 200 million. Yeah, 200 million horsemen represent 2,000. 200 million. 200 million. Okay, that's what it is. 200 million horsemen. That's what it actually represents. You look at the description. Though they're not your average horsemen. This is not actually horsemen that are being described here. Revelation 9 and 16, and the number of the army, they didn't have no word for missile back then. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. And I heard the number of them. Verse 17, and thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them having breastplates of fire, and adjacent and brimstone, and the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone, which comes out of those missiles. Jacinth is an ingredient in the nukes. Fire and jacinth and brimstone. And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. Verse 18, by these three, their heads, okay, it goes further into it. Verse 18, by these three was the third part of man killed. Third part of man is what? The sons of the wicked. By the fire and by the smoke, by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. So Esau and you 2/3 as well, man. And you got Esau here in Babylon. That's the majority of them are gonna be, the elites don't even live in Babylon. The elites don't even live here. They live somewhere else. If you in Babylon and you're not the elect, you finna be destroyed. Verse 19, for their power is in their mouths, and in their tails, for their tails were like unto serpents, and they had heads, and with them they do hurt, for their power is in their mouth, right? Openings. And their tails, for their tails were like unto serpents. Like weave around. Like a serpent. And their heads, warheads, right? Come on, link it up. And with them they do hurt. With them they do hurt. That's them warheads, man. Alright, so but Esau created that East versus West division for that to happen. So yeah, he created that East versus West division for that to happen. That paradigm. all the men of thy confederacy, and by Esau I mean the elites of Esau. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee, and they that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. None understanding. So ultimately it was for his downfall. But you see, the East and West versus West divisions and the left versus right divisions, they was all like Esau controls both sides, man. It's not, one side is good, one side is evil. Nah, both sides are evil. Equally evil. The red ties are just as evil as the blue ties and vice versa. That's why they backing that up, and that's also why, let's get this right here. That's also why yeah, Democrats and Republicans, seeing how divided they are, Democrats and Republicans agree on need crippling sanctions on Russia. Both two horns of the same beast out of the earth. The GOP is divided, however, on how Biden has handled the invasion. Oh, yep, a double-minded man still. President Joe Biden, babal confusion. President Joe Biden delivers remark about Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military invasion of near neighboring Ukraine in the East Room of the White House on February 24th. Biden announced a new round of sanctions against Russia after President Vladimir Putin launched an attack on Ukraine from land, sea, and air on Thursday. On Thursday, President Joe Biden announced that the U.S. would impose more aggressive sanctions on Russia's financial institutions in the wake of its recent military attack on Ukraine. That approach has the backing of many congressional Democrats and Republicans at both, who expressed support for quote-unquote crippling sanctions. Well, it's like two paradigms. It's that a left versus right paradigm, Republican versus Democrat paradigm that's here in the, like, domestically, that's how it is. And then, in Babylon, right? In these countries, internally, that's how it's set up. And, but on the world stage, you have the East versus West divide. I'm committed to, but anyways, I'm committed to, and both these paradigms is maintained, by these elites. Quote unquote, I'm committed to ensuring that the U.S. upholds her responsibility to exact maximum costs on Putin, the Russian economy, and those who enabled and facilitated this trampling of Ukraine's sovereignty, which, the U.S. was the first that did it. When they overthrew their president. Second off, I heard somewhere that, which it could be true, man, they posted like I don't remember exactly what they posted, but basically the Ukrainian border with Russia had not been like fucking registered and shit. Quote unquote, I'm committed to ensuring that the U.S. upholds our responsibility to exact maximum costs on Putin, the Russian economy. I just read that. Senator Bob Menendez, Democrat, New Jersey, the head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said in a Thursday statement, quote unquote, we're all together at this point and we need to be together about what should be done, quote unquote, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said during a press event on Thursday. Ratchet the sanctions, he's a Republican, right? Quote unquote, ratchet the sanctions all the way up, don't hold any back. Every single available tough sanction should be employed and should be employed now, quote unquote. Their statements follow Russia's decision to begin a special military operation in Ukraine, which include missile strikes in major cities like Kiev early Thursday morning local time. They also come after Congress failed to reach a compromise on sanctions earlier this month, ceding such authority to Biden. Instead, on Thursday, Biden said, Slack, I have an infestation of bugs in this bitch. Still, even though it's not as bad as before, still, it's not good. It's still hasn't been solved. On Thursday, Biden said the U.S. would impose new sanctions on 4 major banks and cut off Russia's access to many high-tech imports. These sanctions are in addition to another tranche of restrictions, which already hit major banks and sought to curb Russia's access to foreign financing. Quote unquote, we're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military, quote unquote, Biden said in his speech. And what's going to happen, that's going to fuck up the world economy even more so because Russia has said that the world needs, and it's going to be a back and forth. So you're gonna see those those goods, those commodities, you're gonna see the price of that shit go up, man. You're gonna see that. Like gas, you're seeing gas prices go up, which is gonna make everything else go up. Biden also made clear in his remarks that the U.S. will not be sending troops into Ukraine as part of its response, or move some lawmakers have expressed concerns about. Because, these devils, they got to accomplish a certain agenda before that this shit get nuclear. And it's also prophecy. Thus far, the Pentagon has stationed the U.S. troops in Eastern Europe to help process refugees and support NATO allies. The general duty unity Republicans, Democrats, and Republicans have on Russian sanctions marks a change in tone from recent weeks when the parties couldn't agree to when to impose penalties. Hey, partially strong, partially weak, right? Now, lawmakers broadly agree on the need for harsh sanctions, though that consensus doesn't necessarily extend to Biden's handling of the conflict overall. There's widespread condemnation of Putin and support for aggressive sanctions, of course. Democrats and Republicans have aggressively denounced Russia's invasion and fully supported more severe sanctions. Quote unquote, the last few hours have laid bare for the world to witness the true evil that is Vladimir Putin, quote unquote, Revs Mike Rogers. But they're not evil, man. But Esau, these Babylonian Edomites is not evil. They done that shit to many countries. What Vladimir Putin doing over there, they done worse to many countries. Representative Mike, but this is Esau, this hypocrite. Representatives Mike Rogers from Alabama, Michael McCall from Texas, and Mike Turner from Ohio, the top House Republicans on the Armed Service, Foreign Affairs, and Intelligence Committees, respectively, said in a Wednesday statement, because they're hypocrites. In addition to the sanctions on Russian banks, the administration has also sanctioned the Russian company behind the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline. Of course, that was the whole goal as well. Cut off Nord Stream so that Europe depends on U.S. oil and shit, and Saudi oil. They're fucking with Russia's money. That's also why they're so pissed. Lawmakers have urged the administration to impose sanctions on more banks and Russia's ability to use SWIFT. They stay fucking with their money. A system that allows the country to engage in business with the West as a penalty the Ukrainian leaders have called for as well. Yeah, because they're puppets. Quote unquote, we must enact debilitating sanctions on Russia and cut them off from the global economy, quote unquote, House Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff, Democrat from California, so now you have a Democrat saying that, said in a Wednesday statement. You had Republicans say that, condemn Russia as well, man. Biden's speech addressed some of these calls with its focus on additional financial institutions. He noticed that the sanctions will not address SWIFT because certain European countries, including Italy and Germany, did not want to take that route just yet. Quote unquote, the sanctions proposed on all their banks have equal consequence, if not more consequence than SWIFT, quote unquote, Biden said. But hey, man, it doesn't look like Russia gives a fuck. Some Republicans have also floated the idea that of adding additional sanctions to Russia's energy exports, which would be debilitating to the country's economy. The administration has resisted doing this, however, because of the consequences it could have on energy costs and supply in the U.S. and the allied countries. Support for sanctions isn't translating to support for Biden. Well, of course, partially strong, partially weak. While the support for sanctions has been bipartisan, the system is partially strong, partially weak. Republicans have been split when it comes to Biden's handling of the Ukraine conflict. Certain lawmakers, like Senate Foreign Relations Ranking Member Jim Risch, have focused on the need to handle Russia in their initial responses, while others use the opportunity to criticize Biden's quote unquote weakness on the issue. In the third group, like they're saying you should do more. And the third group question the U.S.'s involvement in Ukraine at all. You have a few that's like, what the fuck? House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. So you have a couple. House Majority Leader, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was among those who put the emphasis on Russia and condemned Putin's invasion as quote unquote reckless and evil. In a statement on Wednesday, later in the day, however, he retweeted a post this from Representative Beth Van Doon. Beth Van Doon. Isn't Van Doon one of the Illuminati families? Criticizing Biden's approach to the. So you have some lower level luminaries that go back to those families. You have a Senator Rockefeller as well. So of course, criticizing Biden's approach to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which the administration waived sanctions for last year. A double-minded man. Already double-minded, man. Already double-minded. Edomites is double-minded. Van Doon. She's in Texas. Dallas. Hate this shit. Hey, you got 13 Illuminati families. That name sounds familiar. The 13 satanic bloodlines. Yup, it's there, man. The Rothschild, Onassis, Rockefeller, DuPont, Kennedy, Reynolds, Freeman, Russell, Collins, Bundy, Astor. Then you have Lee, Moabites, that one Moabite family. And then you have, so-called Chinese. And you have Van Duyn. It's right there. The fuck? Damn, what the hell? Ain't nobody here. And you have the Van Duyn family. Just right there. Oh, oh. That's like, yo. These, yeah, man. So you have them there, and you have Van Duyn right there, and you have this Representative Van Duyn. So it's like, hey, bro, division in the ranks. A number, and basically it was saying that some is saying that Joe Biden is weak for not doing more. Some is which I think that's part of the narrative that they try and push, and some they attacked us at our weakest point type shit. Them and these motherfuckers, they conspired with them. These people that shit, these right wing domestic extremists. That's what that narrative is going to be. McConnell, though he stressed the need for a united front on sanctions, also said that he felt the administration's handling of the Afghan withdrawal likely sent other leaders a message that the U.S. is in retreat, which it was sort of meant to do that because these elites is drawing basically like they want this World War III, so they gotta embolden one side and the other. As Russian aggression has intensified, a small wing of the Republican Party, including members of the Freedom Caucus. So you got some that's like, hey, leave them niggas alone. Has also pushed for an America First stance, which they're like less like and they're like a minority, I believe. Yeah, small wing. So really a feather in the right wing. So they're minority in the Republican Party. Has also pushed for an America First stance, which is seemingly less interested in American involvement in Ukraine. "Quote unquote, we have no dog in Ukraine fight. Not when American soldiers should die there." "Quote unquote." Republican Representative Paul Gosar, a Trump ally member of this isolationist faction, previously said. Taken together, these comments indicate that although many Republican leaders may be willing to back sanctions, they're less likely to offer that same full-throated support to the Biden administration. Yeah, because that's this kingdom of the 10 toes, man. The 10 toes of Daniel. How were they described? We get it. A kingdom that was created divided, man. 10 toes. Busy. Oh, heard some shit earlier too. Could be, you know, just I don't know. Could be some other shit that I shouldn't even give a fuck about. But this is the part I want to get right here. Daniel 2:42. And as the toe, as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so shall the kingdom be partly strong and partly broken. I don't recognize that. Sound too familiar. Alright. Select here for that interruption. So the kingdom shall be start partly strong and partly broken. There you go. Partly strong and partly broken. You know, because Esau has to try to make people think, deceive people into thinking that basically he gives a fuck about what the people care, what the people say and shit, and that they have a choice and all that. So that's why it's partially broken, but partially strong because it has that military strength, and both sides is controlled by the elite. Partially strong, partially broken. Hold on, let me pause this. Alright. Ah, shit, hell no. So the kingdom shall be partially strong, partially broken. Created, divided. The downfall of this queen. Alright, so with that, hold on. Alright, so with that, shit, hold on. That, hope this live was edifying. I hope this live was edifying to the elect. I want to give all praise to Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai Bahashim Kadash. Double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone who rule well. Salutations to the Akim out there. Oh yeah. Salutations to the Akim out there, spreading this truth like wildfire, in all truthfulness and in all sincerity. And shalom to the rest of the elect out there. Shalom, stay strong. Hey, Ababa Ball, Abad La, Adawamim, Abad La, which Ababa Ball means death to Babylon. Abad La, Adawamim, dead to these Edomites. Abad La, Gawayim, dead to these other nations. And Abad La, 2/3, that to wicked ass two-third Israelites. You wicked ass two-thirds. of you so-called black people, Latinos, Native Americans, and the scat you speckled. 2/3 of y'all are wicked as fuck. And y'all gotta go and y'all gonna go. In ways that shit, unspeakable ways, judgments coming down the pipe. Jacob's trouble. Hey, a fistful of judgment. Jacob's trouble. All the way to the new shit. Shalom. Hey, Babu Shah, how about Shim Yah Shah? Bring it soon. Bring it soon. The water. Tawab Aman. You know, you're supposed to put curses on this place constantly. You do what you can, remember to do, right? But I do hope this place goes down soon and soon. Like, it's going down quicker the more we bring out this truth. Shalom, stay strong, Yasharala forever, and Abba Shalom.